And we continue. Brew City Gassers on track at this time. Entry number 306. This is a B gas car of Joe Jacobson. A beautiful 32 Chevy. A new hot rod for him. At least new to us. We have not seen this beautiful Chevy left-hand side of Joe Jacobson just yet. From Beloit, Wisconsin with a 396 big block Chevy under the hood. Joe Jacobson running it through the gears. That car is top heavy and giving him fits. He'll finally push in the clutch at about the 8th mile and abort the run for Joe Jacobson. The Keen Rat 55 Chevy Bel Air. Mark Davis coming up to the left-hand side from Trevor, Wisconsin. 427 under the hood. The Keen Rat, a 1968 C-Gas champion from Redding, California originally. And a member of the Brew City Gassers at the left-hand side. Paired up with Tom Allman, right-hand side of Tonka, Illinois. That is the Tough 2 Chevy 2. 64 model Chevy 2 on the right-hand side of the 400 small block Chevy. For the mill right from Tonka, Illinois. .10.06 on the right-hand side for Tom Allman, crossing the finish line first at 130 miles per hour. 10.16 at 130 on the left-hand side for the King Rat, Mark Davis. Hey, we are now live on the internet, YouTube, Byron Dragway TV. If you've got someone at home that could not be here, perhaps they couldn't take off work, perhaps they, who knows what the circumstance might be. Whatever it is, let them know to tune in live so they can see what you are enjoying. The Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. Wow, wild burnout on the right-hand side for number 1499. That is Dan Gilbertson of Austin, Minnesota, the 57 Chevy Bel Air in the right-hand side, in a car that he has owned for 56 years. Well, he's had that car longer than you've been alive, Mr. Vangsness. Dan Gilbertson on the right-hand side. Paired up with Johnny Buckets, the 5 o'clock somewhere, hauling Ford in the left-hand side. I am sure that's a little nod to 5 o'clock somewhere. I'll tell you where it is, 5 o'clock. The Byron Lions Club Beer Garden going on to the west side of the racetrack. You can see the Michelob Ultra signs, the Budweiser signs. Well, it's always 5 o'clock there, it seems, this weekend. Swing on down to the Byron Lions Club Beer Garden, open and ongoing. 1177 to the left-hand side for Johnny Bucket and the Ford Econoline. 12:16, 79 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. The 65 Mercury Comet of Daryl Nelson coming up. He calls this one Tigger from Glen Ellen, Illinois. Daryl Nelson in the left-hand lane. Paired up with entry number B032. That is Neil Brown on the right-hand side. Daryl Nelson, the Tigger, is going to go 1082, 118 miles per hour on the left-hand side. And Neil Brown in the Chevy Fleet line of Ringwood, Illinois, will get a solo run for Neil Brown in the right-hand lane. And here we go at last. Neil Brown in the Chevy Fleet line. Be a 10:97 elapsed time, 1:21 for Brown at the left-hand in the right-hand lane. Dean Trowbridge of New Auburn, Wisconsin. The 1940 Willys Coupe goes 11:25, 118 miles per hour for Dean Trowbridge. And Kevin Smith, 11:44 at 1:13 in the right-hand lane.
Chad Steward of Tonic, Illinois, the painter in the 1957 Chevy Bel Air. Love the patina looking on that, too. Eric Essie of Madison, Wisconsin. He's the promoter of Madison Classics. 1956 Chevy Bel Air. So 56 Chevrolet gets a 57, and the stick shift 57 gets the whole shot, but the 56 is out in front. High gear for the 57, just not going to get there. How about a 10.62 for Eric? 123 miles per hour. The Tonica driver at 11:49 at 114. What a fun ride. All right, we have got parts on the track, possibly a drive shaft. So the safety crew is going to swing on out. There it is. That was Brian Forder of South Milwaukee, Wisconsin at 61 Chevy. 11:58 for Brian.
John Reidenbach and Greg Stelz coming up now. Reidenbach on the right-hand side of the supercharged Chevrolet Corvette of Wisconsin. Greg Stelz, the Pontiac Super Chief, the Joker, left-hand side being backed up by Leah. With a 4-speed manual trans at the left-hand side for Greg Stelz of Greg's Speed Shop. Door handle to door handle, wheel to wheel at the finish line. John Reidenbach at the quarter mile, 9:04, 147 miles per hour in the right-hand side for Reidenbach in the Chevrolet Corvette. And he will get the best of Greg Stelz this time. Stelz had the starting line advantage. He appeared to have the lead till about the half-track mark. That's when Reidenbach in that supercharged blown Corvette snuck on by and never looked back. Reidenbach is your winner. We're looking for stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Looking for our class cars, stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1. Hot rod to lane number 2. Hot rod class cars to staging lane number 2. These are the Illinois Outlaw Gassers, the Honest Engine coming up on the left-hand side. That is Bill Eveland, a Ford technician in the 1955 Pontiac Chieftain. He's in the left-hand side, paired up number 161 on the right-hand side, another Illinois Outlaw Gasser. That is Jesse James of Waterloo, Wisconsin, the 40 Willys Coupe in the right-hand side. It'll be a very good side-by-side match race. And beginning to pull away, Jesse James in the Willys, 9:52, 139 miles per hour for Jesse James. 11:45 at 113 to the left-hand side for Bill Eveland of the Illinois Outlaw Gassers in the Pontiac Chieftain. Once again, we're looking for stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1. Hot rod to lane number 2. Hot rod class cars to staging lane number 2. Rob Capel coming up left-hand side of the 1953 Chevy Bel Air from Algonquin, Illinois. He is a member of the Who are those guys? Drag Racing Club. He's in a left-hand lane, paired up with Gerald Bacon, a member of the Bacon family from Kingston, Illinois, in a 53 Chevy Bel Air. Bacon appears to be out front, and he will cross the finish line first. 12:70, 105 miles per hour for Gerald Bacon, and 13:77 and 97 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Rob Capel in the 53 Chevy Bel Air. We'll take a brief pause for a moment, catch our breath while we have all the cars returning to the staging lanes. Stock class cars and motorcycles are reporting to lane number 1. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1 at this time. Hot rod class cars to lane number 2. Ian, I cannot believe it, but I worked straight through the lunch hour. It's already 1:46 in the afternoon. Where has the day gone? The time is flying by. That means I need to make up on my lunch break. Hey, if you are looking for lunch or maybe a little bit of a snack between lunch and dinner, might I suggest the Dragway Diner open up on the tower side of the racetrack. Also, food and beverage options on the west side of the racetrack. Hey, what else is on the west side, you might ask? Well, I can see it from here. The Tameless Tiger, the Pontiac, the man, the myth, the legend. He is here himself, Arnie the Farmer Beswick. Make sure you swing on down. I believe he's got new prints of his book. He wrote a book a couple of years ago, and he's got some fresh prints. So swing on down and be sure to get your copy of Arnie the Farmer's book autographed and get a photo with Arnie and the Tameless Tiger, located on the west side of the racetrack. And if you go a little bit past Arnie the Farmer out there, you'll find yourself stepping foot into the swap meet, a massive swap meet ongoing at this time on the west side of the racetrack. The swap vendors showing up as early as 8 a.m. this morning to bring their best. You better believe all the shoppers were hitting the ground early, trying to scoop up some deals before all the deals were gone. So the swap meet continues over on the west side of the racetrack, and just beyond that, the car show is open. So don't forget, every ticket is a pit pass at Byron Dragway and at Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. You can watch the action from the grandstands, but don't feel confined to the bleachers. Make sure you head out in the pits, see the cars, meet the stars, and don't forget to browse the swap meet. Don't forget to go on over to the car show area. Make sure you see Arnie the Farmer Beswick. And if you're on the tower side, make sure you pick up your Byron Dragway and Glory Days official event souvenirs while supplies last. They will go fast. They've got white, they've got gray, they've got black, and new this year, Ian, you'll notice a kind of a burgundy, almost a maroon burgundy, almost a wine-colored Glory Days shirt this year. A dark color, certainly popular for all the guys working on their cars, not wanting to get grease stains and marks on their shirt. So I believe that will be a popular color indeed. Here we go, motorcycles back on track. Ron Johnson and Doug Klott. Douglas Klott, left-hand side. He is the unofficial adopted son, you might say, of Ron Johnson in the right lane. Klott is in the left-hand side. He's going to get a head start, and Ron Johnson is going to try to chase him down. Klott's out front. He's hunched over. He's trying to get any bit of horsepower, trying to remove any bit of resistance or drag, but it's not going to be enough. Ron Johnson, 1554, 84 miles per hour on the right-hand side on the flathead Harley-Davidson. 2037, 62 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for Douglas Klott. Hey, do not forget, tomorrow in the 6 o'clock hour during the pre-race ceremonies, we will have the pin-up contest. If we've got any ladies here that would like to get entered, then make sure you swing on down to the Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair Pit area. That's where the 41 Willys that they call Night Prowler is located, just down from the diner on the tower side of the racetrack. Swing on down, see Lisa. Stop and see Lisa at the Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair Pit area, where the 41 Willys, the Night Prowler, is pitted. And you too can get signed up, ladies, for the pin-up contest tomorrow evening. Wow, nice burnout from Bill Clapper of Rockford, Illinois. The 65 Buick Skylark with a 406 under the hood. He is the owner of Midwest Muscle Car Restoration Incorporated, located in Rockford, Illinois. And boy, does he have a beautiful car himself. Bill Clapper to the left-hand side. That is a driving testimonial for the work that he does. Paired up with number 141, a driver that I do not see on file yet at this time, with the station wagon to the right-hand side. 12:02 for Bill Clapper, 16:03 for the station wagon at 87 miles per hour. Daryl Kingsnorth coming up in the E gas entry, left-hand side, a 63 Ford Falcon. And oh no, a problem at the starting line for Chuck Turner in the 57 Chevy right-hand side. Well, perhaps it's not broken. Looks like he's still under power. They'll back him up. 1384, 96 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Daryl Kingsnorth in the 63 Ford Falcon. Final call, Hot Rod Class Cars to lane at number 2. Final call, Hot Rod Class Cars to lane number 2. E-Gas to lane at number 3. E-Gas will take you to lane number 3 at this time. E-Gas Cars to staging lane number 3. Ron Johnson is back on track in the sprint car right-hand side. 14-17, 99 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Jim Cochran in the Ford main line from Marseilles, Illinois, left-hand side. The street legal sprint car, 15-12 at 85 miles per hour in the right lane for Ron Johnson. Well, that is a beautiful 55 Chevy 210 two-door. That is Steve Kuhn, right-hand side. The Assassin, that's what he calls the 55 Chevy on the right-hand side from Janesville, Wisconsin. Steve Kuhn has raced this car here since the 1960s. Boy, she is a beaut. Paired up at number 99 at the left-hand side. A driver that I do not have on file in the tower just yet, but we will retrieve his entry information and give you some details. Number 99 is going to go 11,711 miles per hour. Steve Kuhn of the Assassin 55 Chevy, 1489 at 94 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Frederick Kirkkoch coming back up again. The 48 GMC pickup truck from Melrose Park, Illinois, in the right-hand lane. Paired up with Charlie Smith, the 47 Ford Coupe with the skeleton arm hanging out the window. From Downers Grove, Illinois, Charlie Smith on the left-hand side. Charlie Smith is outside of the groove. He'll go a 12:39, 86 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Kirkkoch, 15:41, 85 on the right-hand side. Jeffrey Patel in the Chevy pickup truck on the right-hand side. A beautiful car from the Chicago suburbs. Paired up with Ken Burnmeister, the Pontiac P38 on the left-hand side. Another hot rod class entry. Whoa, hold on to it, Jeffrey. Spinning the tires to about the 100-foot mark. Kept hoping and praying and wishing that car might hook up. It did not. It just kicks sideways. Fishtail to the 100-foot mark before he backpedals it. He'll gather it up and cross the quarter mile at a 16:98, 74 miles per hour. 12:90 with a 5 at 104 on the left-hand side for entry number 124 of Ken Burnmeister in the 38 Pontiac Coupe. And our hats are off to Ken Burnmeister on the left-hand side. He is a Vietnam veteran. Thank you for your service, Mr. Burnmeister. Rob Dietrich of Lincoln, Nebraska. Probably one of the furthest tows to be here from Nebraska. The Great Plains, a 1940 Ford to the left-hand side, home-built 100%. Had the car since high school, and he's got it running really well today. 1155, 112 miles per hour for Rob Dietrich at the left-hand side. And Ron Bruder, right-hand side, a 1354 elapsed time for the 37 Ford Model A. We'll bring up Jamie Mealy, left-hand side, a Dodge Center, Minnesota, the 66 Chevy Malibu, left-hand side. Beautiful car. Paired up with the station wagon to the right-hand side, number 246. That is Smokey Mo Peterson of Dodge Center, Minnesota, the 55 Chevy Handyman wagon. And he is a manager of the Fallout Drags coming up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin later on this year. Uh-oh, problem for Smokey Mo. He'll pull it off to the side. He is a veteran driver. He knows what to do when something does not go right. The car has not come to a stop. Took a while to come to a stop. Just at about the 330 mark. So we're going to run on out, check on Smokey Mo, see what the matter is before we send the Malibu of Jamie Mealy. Jamie Mealy in the Malibu left-hand side, paired up with B013 in the right-hand lane. Let's dig up that entry card. I don't have that one yet, but it's a beautiful 57 Chevy. And Mealy in the Malibu is going to get there first. 15:38, 97 miles per hour. 14:39 for the 57 Chevy. Well, this is one of Byron's own. This is Brad Hedges, the Weekend Stripper, 1930 Chrysler 6 to the left-hand side from right here in Byron, Illinois. He's out front, but here comes number 331. That is Rich Hartman, also of Byron, Illinois. Great match race for Hartman, getting left on at the starting line. Hartman's going to go 13:70 with the 401 miles per hour, but he'll just run out of track and not be able to track down the Weekend Stripper Chrysler at the left-hand side. Hey, a special welcome to Marty Powell of Superior Automotive from Belvedere, Illinois, swinging by the tower to say hello, taking in and enjoying the festivities of Glory Days, Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Slot Meet. Marty and Superior Automotive, of course, the proud presenting sponsors of the Diesel Drags coming up at Byron Dragway. The fall edition still set to come up on Saturday, October 29th. A race that is held in memory of Marty's son, Jarrett Powell. Always a fun time with the Diesel Drags. We've done one already this year, and the fall edition, always the bigger of the two, coming up on Saturday, October 29th. (14:43), 89 miles per hour on the right-hand side for entry number 120. John C. Clothier of Mount Morris, Illinois, in the 55 Chevy. Great run for John Clothier. 15:20 with a 594 miles per hour to left-hand side for number 53. That'll make way for a driver who was named after the racetrack. Byron Bunch coming up on the left-hand side of Loves Park, Illinois. A 25-year-old engineer by trade in a 62 Ford Falcon left-hand side. Actually bought this car at an antique store, of all places. Bunch at the left-hand side. Paired up with number 58. That is Alex Bunch in the 49 Ford F model truck. Ford model truck, and it looks like a leak in the right-hand side for the elder Bunch brother of Alex. So that'll make a solo run to the left-hand side for Byron Bunch. E-Gas cars. E-Gas cars should be in lane number 3. D-Gas. D-Gas, you are coming out of lane number 4. D-Gas cars, we're looking for you in lane number 4. D-Gas to lane 4, please. We'll take C-Gas cars to lane number 5. C-Gas to staging lane number 5. B-Gas and A-Gas, you are on standby. We'll be calling you shortly. B-Gas and A-Gas, you are on standby. We will be calling you shortly. Look at the Ford pickup truck of Alex Bunch. Pushed off the starting line, a slight oil leak. Fortunately, track crew caught it early, caught it before the car could take off from the starting line. So a little bit of touch-up, a little bit of oil to clean up at the starting line. Will not take long before the track is restored, and we are ready to resume in just a moment's time. Final call for D-Gas. Final call, D-Gas to staging lane number 4. Final call, D-Gas cars to lane number 4. C-Gas. First call, C-Gas to lane number 5. We're looking for C-Gas cars to staging lane number 5. We'll put out a first call as well now for B-Gas cars, lanes number 6 or 7. B-Gas cars, lane 6 or 7. And first call as well to A-Gas lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas cars, staging lanes 8 and 9. Daniel Zanstra in a very patriotic 1937 Chevy Coupe from Yorkville, Illinois on the right-hand side at 12:96 elapsed time and 1:02 for Zanstra in the right-hand side. Jim Thurston in the D-Gas 1963 Ford Falcon left-hand side from West Liberty, Iowa. Paired up with a driver who used to be able to lead from Byron, Illinois. He now calls Rockford home. That is Ryan Hartman on the right-hand side. The fabricator from Hartman Specialties, just 32 years of age, in the 52 Kaiser, Henry J. on the right-hand side. The Abomination, Henry J. of Ryan Hartman. Ryan Hartman gets the jump off the starting line, and he will not look back. The Abomination, Kaiser, Henry J. 12:24, 110 miles per hour for Ryan Hartman. 17:55, 62 miles per hour for Jim Thurston in the Ford Falcon from Iowa. Well, a beautiful pair of four-door Chevys coming up. The four-door 57 to the left-hand side. That is entry number 51. That is one of the Clothiers. That is Bob Clothier from Polo, Illinois. He bought this car all the way back in 1968, raced it through 2002, after which he did a frame-off restoration from 2007 to 2010. And he has been at every Meltdown, Drags, and Glory Days race with exception for 1 year. Bob Clothier, very cool, four-door 57 Chevy to the left-hand side. Paired up with Chris Lane, the four-door 56 Chevy from Hinckley, Illinois on the right-hand side. And we do see Chris Lane out here many a times throughout the year, racing in the Street Heat Midwest Index Shootout Series, as well as with his son, Jack Lane, a junior dragster driver. Those Clothiers, they stay busy inside the car. 4-speed manual transmissions working them through the gears. The 57 Chevy of Bob Clothier, 1190, 112 miles per hour. 1116 at 119 on the right-hand side for Chris Lane in the four-door 56 Chevy. Bruce Kossman coming up now. That is the Glory Days 66 Ford F100 from Marengo, Illinois in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Lawrence, the Doc Clothier. In the right-hand side, a dairy farmer by trade. Would you believe it? But the Doc actually took a 50-year hiatus. 50, that's 50-year hiatus from drag racing. First of all, how can you stay away from it for 50 years? What took so long to get back? I don't know what took so long. Well, it was the dairy farm. He was a busy man. But here he is. He's back. Doc, the Lawrence Clothier on the right-hand side. I guess it's Lawrence the Doc, not Doc the Lawrence. Lawrence the Doc Clothier working that Impala in the right-hand side through the gears. The Glory Days Ford F100 pickup truck is out front. Wow, that pickup truck's got some get up and go in it. 11:12 elapsed time, 114 miles per hour for the Ford. 12:71 at 107 on the right-hand side for the Doc. Final call, B Gas Class cars to lanes 6 and 7. B Gas Class cars to lanes 6 and 7. A Gas lanes 8 and 9. A Gas Class cars will take you to lanes 8 and 9. A Gas Class cars will take you to staging lanes 8 and 9, please. First call for Super Stock Class cars. Super Stock Class cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super Stock Class cars will take you to lanes 10 and 11. Oh, here is a car that I'm a big fan of. Royce Brockler, the 56 Ford Thunderbird. Yes, that thing started life as a Thunderbird. Has an altered chassis. and it is Radical. Brockler making the toe down from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. He'll go 10.26, 125 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Royce Brockler. Very fast, altered. 16.02, 44 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Shutting it down early and pulling off to the side for entry number 386. That is Calvin Johnson in the 51 Studebaker. And he had a problem, shut it down well before the quarter mile, brings it out to the side of the groove. And that is a tip of the cap to Calvin Johnson. If you have any sort of trouble, any sort of problem with your car, do just as Calvin did right there. And be sure to pull the car outside of the groove. We do ask that you do stop the car as quickly and safely as you can, so in the event that you are leaking any oil in the track, we can contain that cleanup to a small puddle rather than a long stream of fluid that extends the whole length of the racetrack and sometimes all the way down to the time slips booth. All right, sounds like he missed a gear down there. Trying to grab another gear and ended up in neutral, and so he just boarded the run, and he'll save those valuable parts and pieces till later on in the weekend. Hey, it's the first time we have seen him this year. Tim Risen, the special agent from Elgin, Illinois. That's right, he is a special agent. Maybe not quite at the 00 capacity. You know, no license to kill or anything, but a 1930 Ford Model A of Tim Risen at the left-hand side. I'm not going to double cross him. He might be a 00 agent. I'm going to stay on his good side. So Tim Risen to the left-hand side, paired up with Whitey Hirsch. And a Radical, very quick Ford Anglia in the right-hand side from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Hirsch, a crane operator. Risen, a special agent. Whitey Hirsch is out front, and it looks like he will remain there. Yes, he will. 982, 133 miles per hour for Whitey Hirsch in the Ford Anglia. 1084 at 120 miles per hour to the left-hand side for Tim Risen in the Ford Model A for the special agent from Elgin, Illinois. Hey, we're looking for dragsters and altereds. Dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6, lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters and altereds to staging lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Calling all dragsters and altereds to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Looking for our FX cars. FX cars to lane number 12 if we have any FX class cars. Lane number 12 is open and available. FX class cars will take you to lane number 12. Beautiful 55 Chevy. That is the farmer, Brian Graylick from Harvard, Illinois, on the right-hand side. Paired up with Jack Liberto, the Green Hornet. Ford in the left-hand side. And the Chevrolet will get there first. 991, 133 is the speed for Brian Graylick on the right-hand side. 1121, 112 miles per hour for Jack Liberto from New Berlin, Wisconsin, in the 27 Ford Coupe that he calls the Green Hornet. A second call. Dragsters and Altereds. Dragsters and Altereds will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6. Second call. Dragsters and Altereds to take you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Ian, if I remember the earlier session this morning and earlier in the afternoon, this was a fantastic Superstock matchup between Tom Perrin and Richard Foster. Foster to left-hand side of the 67 Chevy 2 from Cary, Illinois. A 4-speed car to left-hand side for the concrete contractor. The 350 small block under the hood for Richard Foster to left-hand side. And that great big Biscayne right-hand lane, that is Tom Perrin from Chautauqua, Wisconsin. A 62 Chevy Biscayne with a 409 under the hood. And the Biscayne will be the quicker of the two this time. Well, technically, no. The Chevy 2's the quicker one. But the Biscayne has a jump off the starting line and gets the whole shot win, going 12:40 in the quarter mile for the Superstock Biscayne of Tom Perrin. The quicker car was the Chevy 2 of Richard Foster, but he left a little bit too much at the starting line, and that opened the door for Tom Perrin and that Biscayne to get the win. Matt Bole coming up from Streamwood, Illinois, a 1963 Chevy 2 left-hand side of 468. Big block under the hood to the left-hand side for Matt Bole. Lists his occupation as a beer driver. How about that? He's a beer delivery driver. Paired up with entry number 871, a Chevy Malibu on the right-hand side that we do not yet have on file on the right-hand side. Or a Biscayne, rather. .1357, 91 miles per hour to left-hand side for Matt Bole. A very impressive run. It looks like we got one car left in lane number 11. Lane 11, if you are ready to go, we will take you out. Then it'll be time for Dragsters and Altereds coming out in just a couple of minutes' time. So a solo run for the Superstock entry of Eric Stefanelli in a 66 Plymouth Valiant from Brookfield, Wisconsin. Oh, Brookfield, Illinois, excuse me. There are both. I believe there is Brookfield, Wisconsin also. Brookfield, Illinois, probably most notably known for the zoo. Have you been to the zoo?
I have been to the zoo.
You have. As have I. Eric Stefanelli. Probably an ordinance in Brookfield. Because of guys like Stefanelli, they can't start their cars at certain hours of the day so as not to disturb the animals at the Brookfield Zoo. No such requirement here at Glory Days, however. So Eric Stefanelli turns a 12:89 elapsed time, 107 miles per hour, in the right-hand side for that 66 Plymouth Valiant with a train car repairman. Ian, that was a train car repairman. In other words, he is a repairman of train cars. We could probably find a third way to say that, but I feel like we're being redundant. Well, you may get your camera ready for this one, Byron Dragway. He had a wild burnout earlier today. The truly incredible, the truly impressive Patrick Hampton. Well, he burned it out right past the starting line and all the way past the Christmas tree from Hebron, Indiana. The 1930 Ford with a small block between the frame rails. Well, I hope my mom's not watching. He calls this one the panty dropper. Patrick Hampton in the left-hand side on a solo run. He'll deploy the parachute just before the quarter mile. 8:19, 152 miles per hour for Patrick Hampton. Wow, what a run. That car made a big jump right at about the 8th mile mark, and it bounced it outside the groove. Never quite got it right back into the center, but he hung on. He made it there and turns an 8:19 elapsed time, 152 for the panty dropper of Patrick Hampton. From Imperial, Missouri, this is Buddy Webb on the left-hand side, a 2011 Keen Dragster. King Chassis serial number 6 at the left-hand side for Buddy Webb. And our first time seeing Buddy Webb on track this weekend. He's at the left-hand side, paired up with Clinton Champlain from nearby Stillman Valley, Illinois, just down the road. Illinois, Route 72. Champlain on the right-hand side, Buddy Webb in the left-hand lane. A pair of front-engine dragsters at this Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. And I believe Buddy Webb in the left-hand side actually made the poster for this this year's event. Getting all tongue-twisted up here. Yes, he did. A beautiful car, photogenic, leaves with the front end in the air. He's got the wheelie bar hiked way up, so expect big things from Buddy Webb this weekend. At the finish line, Clinton Champlain's going to get their first 841, 157 miles per hour for Clinton Champlain to the right-hand side. 9 flat at 148 for Buddy Webb of Imperial, Missouri in the left-hand lane. Now, this is a driver that did struggle earlier today. This is Gary Fennell on the left-hand side of the 1957 Jeepster Roadster from Rockford, Illinois. Hopefully, they've ironed out the kinks and have things figured out here in session number 2, because he is paired up with one of, if not the best in the business. He was the 2021 NHRA Holly Hot Rod Reunion Champion, Wild Willie in the Illinois Outlaw. And the Fiat Topolino right-hand side, that is Bill Fusting in the right-hand lane. Well, the Jeepster Roadster has got things figured out. Well, the win line's still going to go to Wild Willie. Bill Fusting on the right-hand side, 850, 152 miles per hour on the right-hand side. Check 1, check 2. All right, we get the all clear from the top end of the racetrack. We are ready to resume. No time for the previous one. The Jeepster of Gary Fennell on the left-hand side. As it appeared, something had blown through the lights just after he took off from the starting line. Bit of a breezy day out of the south today, so not uncommon for a leaf or a scrap of paper or something unusual to just blow through and trip the beam. A.J. Zingerly coming up from Mukwonago, Wisconsin for the engineer, left-hand side, in a 63 Woody Gilmore 144-inch front engine dragster with a 331 Chrysler engine between the frame rails. At the left-hand side for A.J. Zingerly, the very sharp and always thinking engineer, left-hand side. Paired up with Kevin Bunch in the right-hand side, the 32 Austin Bantam Altered in the right-hand lane. AJ driving it outside the groove. He'll wheel it back into the middle. 10:30 with a 514 miles per hour for AJ Zingerly in the left-hand side. At 114 miles per hour, 11:40 at 114 on the right-hand side for Kevin Bunch in the Austin Bantam Altered. Attention to the pits. We'll take our Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair Double A Gas Shootout cars to lane number 9. Lane number 9 for our Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair Double A Gas Shootout cars to lane number 9, please. would you call that, Ian? A seafoam green in the left-hand side? I would call that as well. Seafoam green. We're going to go with Scott Saltzma. Or Schmaltz, excuse me. Scott Schmaltz of Homewood, Illinois. A member of the Roman Chariots Car Club of Blue Island, Illinois. A 66 front engine dragster left-hand side. What a beautiful car for Scott Schmaltz in the left lane. Paired up with Mike Allison, right-hand side, the Crosley Dragon Wagon in the right lane. Well, the Dragon Wagon is out front, and it appears he can stay there. Mike Allison crosses the finish line first, 9:01, 142 miles per hour. And 981 at 135 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Scott Schmaltz at 135 miles per hour. A second call for our double A gas shootout cars as presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. Second call, double A gas shootout cars to lane number 9. Gordy Beach and Kevin Krauss are your next pair. Gordy Beach on the left-hand side, the retired fire chief from Rockford, Illinois. In the Nash Metropolitan, left-hand side, he's got a Hemi under the hood of the Nash Metropolitan to the left-hand side. Kevin Krauss, that's the Henri Buzzard, front-engine dragster from Montgomery, Illinois, in the right-hand lane. Again, we're looking for the AA gas shootout cars. Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair, AA gas shootout cars to lane number 9. Well, the starting line advantage went to Gordy Beach, but this one's going to be all Kevin Krauss. The Henri Buzzard goes 951, 136 miles per hour, 1281 and 104 on the left-hand side for Gordy Beach. Will Byer from Palmyra, Missouri, the left-hand side of the 66 front-engine dragster. 4-cylinder, that's right, it's only got half a motor up there. He's at the left-hand side, 175 cubic inches of Chevy 4-cylinder injected power. Actually, a motor out of a forklift, he says here. So forklift-powered front-engine dragster of Will Byer to the left-hand side. It's high winding, it's loud, and it's motoring on down the track. Will Byer, the 4-cylinder front-engine dragster. .1201, 112 miles per hour for Will Byer. And this will be an NHRA competition license run for the editor of Gasser Wars magazine. That is Phil Morris, all the way from Snohomish, Washington. A 32 Bantam Alter to the 392 Hemi under the hood, or between the frame rails, I should say, for the publisher of Gasser Wars magazine, working towards his NHRA license. And the car makes a move to the right almost instantaneously outside the groove. That's about what he's looking for, though, just about a half-track run. At best, that's the goal for the NHRA competition license run for Phil Morris. He'll need to make 6 runs en route to earning his NHRA competition license. Well, a final call for our double A gas shootout cars as presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. A final call, double A gas shootout cars. Presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. Some very cool cars, a lot of horsepower coming up in the double A gas shootout. And they'll run 8th mile on a pro tree for the double A gas shootout cars. Well, Bob Stover has a number of entries out here this weekend. Here he is in the 62 Pontiac Tempest this time. On the right-hand side of Ashton, Illinois, Bob Stover, the terrible Tempest, right-hand side. An AFX entry, burning it out clear past the 60-foot cube. He'll back it up and pair up with Bill Weller. Weller on the left-hand side of Richfield, Wisconsin, in a 1941 Willys Coupe with Weller's Gasser Garage as the sponsor on the door. Whoa, Bill Weller, big wheels up launch to the left-hand side. Not once, not twice, but about 3 times. Had the front tires off the ground and had to open the door for Bob Stover to score the win on the right-hand side. 10-16, 122 miles per hour for the terrible Tempest of Bob Stover in the right-hand lane. 1187 to 102 in the left-hand lane for Bill Weller in a very photogenic 41 Willys Coupe. Tip of the cap to the entire media crew out here shooting the action at Byron Dragway. Certainly no shortage of cool, photogenic cars to snap some photos of. So a thank you to all the photographers for capturing the action, capturing the moments that make these our glory days. Thank you to all the photographers covering the action. Well, Byron Dragway, you wanted some horsepower. Here you go. Brian Spots and Greg Stelz and a double A gas shootout matchup. Hey, we need the Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers, Great Lakes Gassers, stagey lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Brian Spots is sponsored by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair this weekend in the It's Crazy 1951 Ford Anglia, left-hand side, blown, supercharged entry. Paired up with the Pontiac Super Chief. That is Greg Stelz from Greg's Speed Shop, the Joker out of Wapaco, Wisconsin. With a 4-speed manual transmission, 2 cars that are an absolute handful, racing to the 8th mile. Brian Spots, 499 with a 240 miles per hour. He'll crack into the 4s in the 8th mile. And that is actually the national record holder for the fastest currently running Anglia in the country. Brian Spots, what a performance. 582 at 117 on the right-hand side for Greg Stelz in the right-hand lane from Greg's Speed Shop. Ronnie Green of Janesville, Wisconsin to the right-hand side. The 55 Almquist Sabre with a small block Chevy in the right-hand side. Very wild, very radical entry for the AA shootout car of Ronnie Green in the right-hand side. Paired up number 251 to the left-hand side. That is Jeff Jacobson in the Ford Fairlane 55 model. He'll call it the Scare Lane, and you'll see why in just a moment. A member of the Border Bandits in the Southeast Gassers, Jeff Jacobson of Clinton, Wisconsin. In the left-hand side, also, he is the owner of Brothers Auto Body. A lot of distinction for Mr. Jacobson in the scare lane left-hand side. Again, the door pops open on the scare lane. Get a little extra daylight inside of the car for Jeff Jacobson. 620, 812 miles per hour for Jacobson to the left-hand side. 598, 105 miles per hour for the Almquist on the right-hand side of Ronnie Green from Janesville, Wisconsin. Wow, that was exciting. Now you know why it's called the scare lane. Might have to have that door latch readjusted. It seems to pop open each and every time. Maybe that's for effect, a little extra drama, if you will. Well, if you have a total disregard for rubber tires, this is your pair, John Reidenbach and Skip Hortland. Two of the best burnouts you will see of the weekend between these two Chevys coming up now. John Reidenbach burning it out to at least the 200-foot mark. He'll chalk it into reverse at about the 400-foot mark and bring that Chevy Corvette all the way back into Ogle County. From Precision Chrome in Fox Lake, Illinois, comes the Steel in Time A-Gas 55 Chevy of Skip Hortland at the left-hand side. John Reidenbach, Chevrolet Corvette blown supercharged entry in the right-hand side. From Kenosha, Wisconsin. Second call for our Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Wow, big wheels up launch for Hortland and Reidenbach. Reidenbach's out front. He'll cross the finish line first. 570 with an 8. 120 miles per hour for John Reidenbach in the Chevrolet Corvette from Kenosha, Wisconsin. 612, 112 miles per hour to left-hand side for Skip Hortland in the 55 Chevy. This is the Woolly Bully 63 Pontiac Le Mans. Bill Koloff on the left-hand side of Watertown, Wisconsin. Supercharged 535 Pontiac under the hood. Well, where there should be a hood at least. Farmer by trade, sponsored by Forever Young Sheep Dairy. So Bill Koloff, your final double A gas entry of this session, the Woolly Bully Pontiac Le Mans. .590, 416 miles per hour for the Woolly Bully Pontiac of Bill Koloff. And we will now go back to quarter-mile action. This is the event presenting sponsor himself, Jim Casales of Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair, the 41 Willys Coupe that he calls the Night Prowler from Kirkland, Illinois. If you are in the trucking industry, if you know somebody who's in the trucking industry, got to keep those trucks moving, keep everything in the supply chain rolling. One way to do that is to count on people like Jim Casales to keep it on the road. (1,208 miles per hour for Jim Casales. Very solid performance for the Night Prowler. 41 Willys Coupe. Hey, good news. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers are coming out next. Hey, I got word a little bit ago as well from Dave at the ALS 50/50 raffle that the pot was already over $440 to the winner, and I'm sure, gosh, that's probably been an hour already since he asked me to make that announcement. I am sure that number has swollen up even greater than a $440 payout to the ALS 50/50 raffle winner. So there is still time. There is still time to swing on down and get your tickets for the ALS Association 50/50 raffle. We got a little while still before we do the raffle drawing, so make sure you swing on down. They're located at the tent right beside the tower, by the grandstand, by the tower side of the racetrack. And another new feature this weekend at Glory Days. Big thank you to the Byron Lions Club, but the beer garden is open on the west side of the racetrack. You can see the signs over there, the Budweiser banner, the Michelob Ultra banner, right at the end of the big top grandstand over on the west side of the racetrack between the grandstand and the Byron Hill. The beer garden is open. Thank you to the Byron Lions Club. Big wheels up launch for Greg Robel, left-hand side from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania. The 51 Chevy, two-door on the left-hand side. He'll go 986, 106 miles per hour. Into the right-hand lane, a 9:28 elapsed time, 123 miles per hour. And the right-hand side for NG09. That'll bring up Brandon Beach and Ben Bacon. Bacon to the left-hand side of the Ford Anglia of Kirkland, Illinois. Tub and Squirt. Tub and Squirt is the name of that Anglia, left-hand side, paired up with the 58 Chevy. That is Brandon Beach. Daddy's Thane is the name of that 58 Chevy. Look at the metal flake. We're getting a little bit of cloud coverage, but a little bit of sun every now and then. You can really admire the paint job. And Brandon Beach's 58 Chevy on the right-hand side. First call, Nostalgia Superstock Inc. First call, Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to lanes 7 and 8, lanes 7 and 8. First call, Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to lanes 7 and 8. Big wheels up launch for Ben Bacon in the Tub and Squirt Anglia. Brandon Beach is out front. Can Bacon get there? No. Brandon Beach is going to be the winner. 1,729 miles per hour for the 58 Chevy. 1098 at 114 at the left-hand side for the Anglia of Ben Bacon. David Walters coming up. That is the Waldo's Revenger 48 Anglia from Monticello, Illinois. Paired up with Rick Bowman of Indianapolis, Indiana. The 1940 Willys Coupe that he calls Grit into the left-hand side. Rick Bowman is the showman, the grit. 1940 Willys from Indianapolis. 10:12 is his elapsed time. He'll get the win at 123 miles per hour. David Walters going through at a 12:58, 103 miles per hour on the right-hand side. Billy Duesenberry coming up, the Hoochie Mama 55 Chevy from Burlington, Iowa. He's at the left-hand side of the Smokin' Aces Hoochie Mama. The 527 under the hood, left-hand side. Paired up with the Crying Time 55 Chevy, entry number 81 on the right-hand side. That is John Swick from Dayton, Indiana. He is a member of the Great Lakes Gassers. He'll back up and do a take number 2 for the burnout on the right-hand side. And take number 2 for the burnout is much more successful for John Swick. So Swick on the right-hand side, Duesenberry in the left-hand lane, a pair of 55 Chevys. Just to think, these two cars could have rolled off front to back, bumper to bumper off the assembly line back in 55, and who would have thought back then they would be center stage at the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and swap meet at Byron Dragway all these years later. And a problem for Swick on the right-hand side. He shuts it down abruptly at about the 200-foot mark, but no problem for Duesenberry. 961, 118 miles per hour for the Hoochie Mama 55 Chevy on the left-hand side. These are two of the coolest cars on the property, in my opinion. Brian Blasey to left-hand side, the 1940 Chevy Coupe from Lake Zurich, Illinois, paired up with Ted Beach, the 37 Chevy Coupe right-hand lane that he calls Uncle Sam. Ian, a couple of years ago, we did a trivia contest during Glory Days. The trivia question was this: how many stars adorn the 37 Chevy Coupe of Ted Beach from Aurora, Illinois? And can you guess what the answer was? It was not 157, but you're very close. 137 stars. Almost as though the painter knew it was a 37 Chevy Coupe and wanted to play into that theme, perhaps. We could have done the trivia question again this year, but, well, the cat's out of the bag. Ted Beach in the right-hand side, Brian Blasey, the inventor, the entrepreneur, in the left-hand lane. Whoa, both cars taking off for the wall. It's as though Moses split the Red Sea and both cars parted ways at the starting line. 10:23 in the left-hand lane for Brian Blasey. Ted Beach kind of limping it down to a 12:42 at 86 miles per hour. But those cars both made like a banana and split right at the starting line, going opposite directions. Both headed for the concrete barrier, but they gathered it up, and they'll save those parts and pieces and cars for the next time up. Second call, Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. We are looking for Nostalgia Superstock Inc. To lane 7 and 8, lane 7 and 8, Nostalgia Superstock Inc. To the lanes, please. Randy Rinker of Syracuse, Indiana, the 53 Chevy Bel Air, right-hand side, a member of the Northern Indiana Gassers and the Great Lakes Gassers. He's on the right-hand side, paired up with Stephen Rice, left-hand side, the 61 Volvo 544 from Muscola, Wisconsin, with a 440 Dodge under the hood. Wild thing, right-hand side, Randy Rinker. putting on a show on the right-hand side, a bit of smoke in the left-hand lane. We'll have to check that out. 10-10 on the right-hand side, 133 miles per hour for Rinker in the right-hand lane. So a bit of smoke out of there from Stephen Rice's car on the left-hand side. We're going to give a quick inspection of the racing surface. You could see some smoke building out of the car as he went down. So we'll do a inspection of the racing surface and give you an update. And hopefully things will be all clean and clear to resume. Good news. We get the all-clear report from the top-end inspection of the racing surface, and we are resuming. Dustin Robertson from Hannibal, Missouri, coming up to the left-hand side in the 55 Chevy Handyman wagon with a 427 under the hood. Paired up with Kip Galloway from Mackinac, Illinois, the advertising consultant. That from like that TV show Mad Men or something. The 61 Ford Falcon that he calls the High Life in the right-hand lane. And even under cloudy conditions, you can see the metal flake in that car. It says right here, 1 pound of metal flake is in the paint job of that car. And that is ballast well placed. That is top-notch. Paint job there on Kip Galloway on the right-hand side. A final call for Nostalgia Superstock Inc. Final call, Nostalgia Superstock Inc. So Dustin Robertson and Kip Galloway. Close race off the starting line, and at the finish line, Kip Galloway, the High Life Falcon. He'll get there first. He'll get the win light. 980, 235 miles per hour. Dustin Robertson in the Handyman Wagon. 10:09 at 129 miles per hour. What a run. Somebody on the west side motioning to get attention from somebody on the east side, waving his cap. Trying to communicate across track. Number 725 at the left-hand side, that is Chris Krebs from Napleton, Ohio, a 64 Mercury Comet. First year racing this car after building it. What a beautiful car for Chris Krebs at the left-hand side, paired up with 3940 on the right-hand side. That is Larry Krebs from Wauseon, Ohio. And Larry in the MG right-hand side, 1134, 71 miles per hour, shutting it down early. 1161 and 109 in the left-hand lane for Chris Krebs in the Mercury Comet. And this will be the final pair of Great Lakes Gassers and Nostalgia Gassers of the session. The Innocent Rascal, that is Steve Bacon in the Willys Coupe, left-hand side. '41 model Willys Coupe from Kingston, Illinois. Paired up with Joel Cox on the right-hand side. That is the Problem Child 61 Ford Falcon from Fillmore, Illinois. Big wheels up launch for Steve Bacon, the Innocent Rascal. They are going to be side by side. Too close to call from the tower at the finish line. Joel Cox, the Problem Child. He is your winner right-hand side. 11:10, 117 miles per hour. Steve Bacon, very good run. 11:05 at 111 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Here are the Nostalgia Superstock Inc. entries. First up, this is Ike Andrews in the left-hand side. Of Baraboo, Wisconsin. A retired insurance broker, a 63.5 Ford Galaxy. He's a lifelong roundy-round stock car driver that has since given up going around in circles looking for the finish line. Instead, he'll drive straight to it. A born-again drag racer, Ike Andrews at the left-hand side. 12:57 to 107 for Ike Andrews, left-hand lane. 12:44 at 109 in the right lane for entry number 37. Tom Perrin. This is the repeat offender, Dennis Shearer of Roscoe, Illinois, the 63.5 Ford Galaxy. A beautiful 63.5 Ford Galaxy 500 powered by a 588 cubic inch Ford motor with a handmade intake and a Ford C6 full roller-rise transmission built by Morris Olson. This car has also participated in Hot Rod Drag Week and the Hot Rod Power Tour and raced it all years of the Fun Ford Weekend at Cordova. Dennis Shearer, the repeat offender, Ford Galaxy 500 left-hand lane. Paired up with the Polaris Missile, that is Tom Cartwright to the right-hand side of Indianapolis, Indiana at the finish line. 1076, 125 miles per hour for Dennis Shearer and the repeat offender. 1219 at 110 on the right-hand side for the 64 Dodge Polaris of Tom Cartwright. And we'll put the first call out to the Brew City Gassers. Brew City Gassers, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Lanes 10, 11, and 12. Brew City Gassers, excuse me, lanes 11 and 12, just 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers to just lanes 11 and 12, please. Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. Bob Durling coming up in the Teacher's Pet 2. Board member of the Nostalgia Superstock Inc. in the 63 Plymouth Sport Fury with a 426 Max Wedge to the left-hand side and a 727 Torque Flight transmission. And a car that has been raced since the 1960s for Bob Durling in the left-hand lane. Paired up with the never too late 64 Plymouth Savoy of Doug Henderson. Almost identical reaction times. They will be wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle the whole way down. At the stripe, win light's going to go to Doug Henderson. Never too late is your winner in the 64 Plymouth Savoy. 10:25 elapsed time and 130 miles per hour for Doug Henderson, picking up the win over Bob Durling. So a second call goes out to the Brew City Gassers. Second call goes out to the Brew City Gassers. Lanes 11 and 12, 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers to the lanes, please. Gordy Long coming up now. The Patriot Missile 62 Dodge Dart powered by a 540 cubic inch wedge motor at the starting line. So a solo run for Gordy Long. 131 miles per hour. What a cool car. All steel, no fiberglass, roll-up windows, all original glass. What a very cool car. The paintwork is all the way dating back to the 1970s when Bill Gillette painted it all the way back in the day. What a cool time capsule of a car. The Patriot Missile of Gordy Long. So again, we are looking for our Brew City Gassers to lanes 11 and 12. Lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers to the lanes, please. Lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers to the staging lanes, please. Lanes 11 and 12. Well, while we got just a quiet moment waiting for more cars to report to the staging lanes, just a reminder, I can see the Souvenir Stand is really getting picked over pretty good. Swing on down to the official Byron Dragway Souvenir Stand and pick up your Glory Days vintage drag racing t-shirts while supplies last. And might I recommend the Byron Dragway vintage drag racing hats. Ian, is this not a cool hat or what? It's got a patch on there. It's kind of a trucker style, but it's also a flex fit. It's got a band inside of it. Very cool hat. Get them while supplies last at the Souvenir Stand. Now you ask yourself, where is the Souvenir Stand? How do I find it? Well, it's on the tower side of the racetrack, located right beside the tech booth, kind of by the Byron Dragway winner circle, just left of the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. So swing on down and pick up some swag. Put it in the bag before it is all gone. We always seem to order more every year, and it never fails. We always seem to run out. Yes, we do take down names and sizes and try to have additional items made and mailed off. But how's the old expression go, Ian? 2 in the hand is better than 1 in a bush. Go down there and get it now before you have to place an order, the back order for souvenirs. Swing on down, pick them up. Big thank you to Ray Smith, to Robin Cruz, to Doug Cruz, the entire crew at the Souvenir Stand, slinging the cotton and putting a lot of smiling faces on all the customers. Do not forget, we've got concessions on both sides of the racetrack. Of course, the Dragway Diner located on the tower side of the racetrack, and over on the west side, where they got steak sandwiches and beef brisket and all kinds of delicious treats. And who can forget the Lions Club, Byron Lions Club, operating a beer garden on the west side of the racetrack. Big thank you to the Byron Lions Club for stepping up to the plate and delivering with the beer garden on the west side of the track. You'll see the signs over there, Budweiser, Michelob Ultra. Just between the Byron Hill and the big grandstand on the west side. Swing on down. The beer garden is open, courtesy of the Byron Lions Club. Just beyond that, you can't miss them. That's Arnie the Farmer Beswick, our honorary legend of the weekend from just down the road in Morrison, Illinois, the world-famous Arnie the Farmer Beswick with his tameless tiger on display. And I understand he's got right off the presses another print of his fantastic book that he wrote about his life story. Think about this, Ian. Over 7 decades of drag racing. 7 decades. I mean, he started before organized drag racing, before NHRA was even sanctioning races. Think about that. He actually raced at a time at NASCAR Speed Weeks in Daytona when NASCAR was sanctioning drag racing. Did you know such a thing? I did not. He did. He did. Arnie the Farmer, he could tell you all sorts of stories. So swing on down and make sure you see Arnie the Farmer Beswick in his storied 7-decade-long career of drag racing. And you know what? Right beyond Arnie, you're going to find the swap meet area. That's where all the deals are to be found. They've been in there wheeling and dealing since about 8 a.m. this morning at the swap meet. So make sure you venture on over and see if you can find a little hidden treasure in the swap meet. And just beyond that, the car show area is buzzing. So swing on down and make sure you see all the sights and sounds of Glory Days Vintage Drag Racing. A big thank you as well to Phil Morris of Gasser Wars Magazine, making the tow all the way from Snohomish, Washington to be here and to cover the action at Glory Days. Hotheads, Research and Racing, Victory Performance Parts, Driveline Components, West Coast Converters, DJ Safety, and Moon Eyes, all proud sponsors of Gasser Wars Magazine and contributors with a number of gift certificates and gift cards being handed out courtesy of Gasser Wars Magazine. Racers, make sure you swing on down, pick up your Gasser Wars Magazine decal, affix it to your car for your chance to win gift certificates and awards, including 4 subscriptions to Gasser Wars Magazine. I know you read that one, Ian. That's on your list every single week. Oh, thumbing through Gasser Wars Magazine.
Oh, yeah.
We got a whole stack of those in the tower up here we've been thumbing through and doing our research on. 2 awards to be handed out. Best Gasser Award as well as the Editor's Choice Award. Again, gift certificates to Hotheads Research and Racing, $50 certificate towards a purchase. 4 of those being handed out. 5 $100 gift certificates towards a purchase at Victory Performance Parts. 1 $200 gift certificate towards a purchase at West Coast Converters. 4 $50 gift certificates towards a purchase at DJ Safety Equipment. And 4 $50 certificates at Moon Eyes. And it looks like we've got the Brew City Gassers ready to go in the staging lanes. Brew City Gassers coming out next. Paging Kimber Cardoso. Kimber Cardoso to the tower, please. Paging Kimber Cardoso to the tower, please. Paging Kimber Cardoso to the tower, please. Well, the first pair of Brew City Gassers are making their way out of the water box area, and we do get a report from the top end of the racetrack. Got a report of sprinkles at the top end of the racetrack. So we hold up the Brew City Gassers for just a moment longer to survey the situation. Well, it's always good to look on the bright side, and, well, just a very small blip on the radar coming over us at this time, and just a drip, drip, drip out there as far as rain. Not really a downpour yet. Of course, if you're here, you know that, but if you're watching live stream on Byron Dragway TV on YouTube, maybe wondering what the holdup is. Just a small cell blowing over at this time, coming out of the southwest. And looking on the bright side, it's not going to last too long, so we might get a little bit wet right here. But it does not appear that this is going to last too long and put us too far behind. So hang loose. Once this blows through, we'll get things dried off and get back underway. So looking on the bright side, it's a very small cell. It should blow through quick, and once it's through, looks like we're going to be dry and back to racing very, very soon. So hang loose. Use this opportunity as a time to swing on down to the Souvenir Stand, maybe get some concessions. Maybe visit the Lions Club Beer Garden over on the west side of the racetrack. Or to wander about and see the cars and meet the driver. So we'll keep you updated and keep you posted. Most importantly, thank you for being here this Friday afternoon at Byron Dragway. It is our humble pleasure to have you out here. We appreciate you being here. And we'll get back to racing and putting cars down this track just as soon as conditions will allow. Hey, would you want to make the day of a legend? Arnie the Farmer Beswick had one request over on the west side. We just checked in with him. Our PR team checked in with Arnie and had the question, is there anything you need, Arnie? Is there anything you want? Anything we can do for you? And his simple request was a hot cup of coffee. I don't know if anybody's got a motorhome out there or a trailer with a coffee pot in it. But I understand Arnie the Farmer Beswick is got a craving for a hot cup of coffee. So if nobody can honor that request, I'm sure we can run into town, maybe run home and make them one. But if anybody's got a pot of coffee here at the Dragway, Arnie the Farmer on the west side is in pursuit of a hot cup of coffee. Well, I understand the coffee request for Arnie the Farmer has been met. So don't all rush over there. Arnie does not need 40 cups of coffee, just one. Thank you, Mr. Bill. Hey, what did we just say? Look on the bright side, and just on the other side of that storm cell, there it is. The sun has re-emerged. Track drying well underway. We'll get things dried off and be ready to go here in just a few moments. Brew City Gassers will lead the way once we get things restarted. Here on day one, opening day of the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your patience as this little storm blew through. Not even a storm, just a light rain. But things are going to get dried off. We're going to get back underway here in just a few moments with the Brew City Gassers ready and waiting in the staging lanes. Well, that burnout was worth the wait. Skip Hartland, 55 Chevy from Precision Chrome in Fox Lake, Illinois. Skip in time, or steal in time, Skip Hartland on the right-hand side. Paired up number 306 in the left-hand lane, that is Joe Jacobson. And this is the first time I've laid eyes on this 32 Chevy of his from Beloit, Wisconsin. Absolutely phenomenal bodywork, the paint job, the blue tinted windows. Joe Jacobson of Beloit, Wisconsin in the left-hand lane. And Jacobson, with his hands absolutely full, he'll give up the run just past the 8th mile. Portland, 950, 939 miles per hour in the 55 Chevy right-hand side. 1201, 70 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Joe Jacobson in the 32 Chevy. Well, a couple of drips at the starting line out from underneath Joe Jacobson's 32 Chevy. They check things out real quick, and they give us the thumbs up. They are ready to resume. That'll bring up Mark Davis and Art Beeler. Beeler coming up, the Sour Grape 64 Chevy 2 from South Beloit, Illinois, on the left-hand side. You have to love the sound of that small block Chevy of Art Beeler. And Mark Davis, right-hand side, 427 under the hood. For the 55 Chevy, he calls the King Rat from Trevor, Wisconsin. Lists his occupation as retired and happy. Mark Davis living the good life in that 55 Chevy, right-hand side. Well, a pair of stick cars running them through the gears. They are side by side. Looks like Davis might have the edge. Yes, he does. He'll get there first. 129 miles per hour for the King Rat. 55 Chevy. 1023 at 131 at the left-hand side. For the Chevy 2 of Art Beeler. Dan Gilbertson, the 57 Chevy Bel Air, left-hand side. He has owned this car for 56 years from Austin, Minnesota in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Johnny Bucket. And Johnny Bucket is going to be the winner on the right-hand side, 1160, 109 miles per hour. For the Ford. Eric Essie of Madison, Wisconsin. He is the promoter of Madison Classics. And a beautiful 56 Chevrolet Bel Air, 598 cubic inches, a big block Chevy under the hood, left-hand side. Paired up number 43 on the right-hand side. That is Daryl Nelson in a 65 Mercury Comet that he calls Tigger from Glen Ellen, Illinois. Daryl Nelson. And Essie's going to cross the finish line first. 1063, 120 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. 1086 at 120 on the right-hand side for Daryl Nelson. Smitty, that is Kevin Smith in the right-hand side of Genoa City, Wisconsin, in the 51 Henry J right-hand lane. Paired up with Dean Trowbridge, left-hand side of the 40 Willys Coupe with a 383 blown engine under the hood. And Trowbridge leaving too soon in the Willys. And on the right-hand side, number 69 is your winner. That is Kevin Smith in the Henry J. Neil Brown, Chad Stewart, pair of Chevrolets at the starting line. Brown to the left-hand side. That is a 1951 Chevy Fleet Line. An old military car from Fort Lewis, Washington. He's in the left lane. And Chad Stewart in the 57 Chevy Bel Air, right-hand lane of Tonka, Illinois. At the stripe win light. 11:26 for Chad Stewart. 117 is his speed. 11:43 in the left-hand lane for the Chevy Fleet Line with the military background, Neil Brown. Hey, we'll take stock class cars and motorcycles. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Paging stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. Hot rod cars. Hot rod class cars to staging lane number 2. Again, we're looking for stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1. And hot rod cars to lane number 2. Jamie Mealy of Dodge Center, Minnesota, the 66 Chevrolet Malibu on the right-hand side, paired up with the Dago Chevy Coupe of Joe Marish. Marish, 12:76 laps time, 104 miles per hour for the Chevy Coupe, and 13:83, 98 miles per hour in the right-hand lane for Jamie Mealy in the Malibu. Well, good to see Smokey Mo is back up in the station wagon on the right-hand side. Had a problem earlier today, pulled it outside the groove. They had to push it back, but all appears to be well in the world of Smokey Mo Peterson in the 55 Chevy Handyman wagon, right-hand side, out of Dodge Center, Minnesota. Smokey Mo will be paired up with Paul Zilsdorf of Schofield, Wisconsin, in the 66 Chevrolet Corvette. In the left-hand side. We'll take the Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13. Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13, please. We're looking for the Illinois Outlaw Gassers to staging lane number 13. Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13. Smokey Mo and Paul Zilsdorf. A little chirp of the tires for the Corvette of Paul Zilsdorf. Smokey Mo has the edge. Zilsdorf closing in. At the finish line, the Corvette's going to get there. 14:08, 101 miles per hour for Paul Zilsdorf in the Chevrolet Corvette. 14:25 and 97 miles per hour for Smokey Mo Peterson in the 55 Chevy Handyman wagon. Tom Allman, the Tough 2 Chevy 2 from Tonka, Illinois. He's at the left-hand side. Paired up with Brian Fortier of South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in that beautiful 61 Chevrolet Impala in the right-hand lane. A second call, Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13. Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13. 11:55 for 48 on the right-hand side, and 10:21, 131 miles per hour for Tom Allman in the Tough 2 Chevy 2. Tony Zampetta from Illinois, Medina, Illinois to be exact. A 1941 Willys Coupe. Supercharged, blowing Chevy 540 under the hood on the right-hand side for the Bone Shaker of Tony Zampetta. He is paired up with Ronnie Green, the 55 Almquist Sabre, the small block Chevy supercharged engine on the left-hand side. Very short wheelbase, very lightweight. That car is a handful on the left-hand side. And a final call for the Illinois Outlaw Gassers. Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13. Well, Ronnie Green has got that Almquist hooked up and hauling the mail. At the finish line, he'll go 9:38. 142 miles per hour for the Almquist to the left-hand side. Another beautiful side-by-side smoky burnout between the Ford and the Chevy. The scare lane to the left-hand side. Chevrolet Corvette. John Schofield in the right-hand lane. So Jeff Jacobson, left-hand side, the 55 Ford scare lane. From Clinton, Wisconsin, he is a member of the Border Bandits and the Southeast Gassers. Owner of Brothers Auto Body, Jeff Jacobson to the left-hand side. Schofield of Kenosha, Wisconsin to the right-hand lane. Both drivers with their hands full off the starting line. Schofield's going to be the winner right-hand lane. 898, 147 miles per hour for the Chevrolet Corvette. 959 at 144 for Jacobson in the scare lane. Well, the Woolly Bully Pontiac Le Mans of Bill Kiloff out of Watertown, Wisconsin. I got my words all mixed up right there. The 535 Pontiac. Forever Young Sheep Dairy, the sponsor for Bill Kiloff, a farmer. .938, 142 miles per hour for Bill Kiloff in the Woolly Bully Pontiac Le Mans. These are the Illinois Outlaw Gassers. Bill Eveland in the right-hand side, the 55 Pontiac Chieftain from Glassford, Illinois. Paired up at number 161 on the left-hand side, that is Jesse James of Waterloo, Wisconsin in 1940, Willie's Coupe. From Waterloo, Wisconsin. Now, how does that work, Ian? He's from Waterloo, Wisconsin, but he's an Illinois Outlaw Gasser. Huh. Now I've got questions. 1074 to the left-hand side for Jesse James, 138 miles per hour, 1126 at 115 to the right-hand lane for Bill Eveland. Gerald Bacon of Kingston, Illinois, to left-hand lane. Great run for Gerald, 1369, 105 miles per hour for the 53 Chevy Bel Air. And 1365 at 98 miles per hour in the right-hand side for Rob Capel in the 53 Bel Air, member of the Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club. Now here's the rest of the Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club. Whitey Hirsch and Brian Graylick. Graylick in a beautiful 55 Chevy right-hand side. Hirsch in the Ford Anglia, left-hand lane from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Whitey should be on a low or mid 9-second run. No, he'll go 972, 136 miles per hour for Whitey Hirsch. 997 to 133 in the right-hand side for Brian Graylick. And for just a little bit of added fun here for Ron Johnson and Doug Klott, they have decided to dial in their motorcycles. About 4.5 seconds here, the difference in dial-ins. Doug Klott to the right-hand side, he'll leave first. Tree counts down, and here comes Ron Johnson. So he spotted him about 4.5 seconds. Can he make up the difference in the head start? He's trying. He's hard charging at the finish line. Yes! Ron Johnson is going to get the win. So Dave Rehrberger from Coral, Illinois, in a 64 Plymouth Fury wagon on the right-hand side, 383 under the hood. Paired up with Y174 in the left-hand lane. That is Jim Cochran of Marseilles, Illinois, the 55 Ford mainline with a 292 Y block for the retired police officer from Marseilles, Illinois, Jim Cochran. Cochran goes a 1390 with a 101 miles per hour to the left-hand side, 1579, 90 miles per hour in the right lane for Dave Rehrberger in the Plymouth Fury wagon. Well, a report of debris at about the 330-foot mark. We're going to run on down, retrieve that debris. Might just be a little scrap of paper at about the 330, so we'll get that off the track and get back underway with stock class cars and motorcycles in just a moment's time. Hot Rod Class Cars, be ready to go. You are coming out next in staging lane in number 2. Hot Rod Class Cars, you are coming out next in staging lane number 2. E-Gas Class Cars will take you to lane number 3. E-Gas Class Cars, we will take you to staging lane at number 3 at this time. And D-Gas will take you to lane number 4, please. D-Gas, please report to staging lane number 4. And so the track is restored. Here we go. Daryl Kingsnorth of Esmond, Illinois, 63 Ford Falcon. Little sad scrap of paper out there picked up, disposed of. Just a reminder, if you have any sort of garbage, please do make sure it finds its way into a waste bin. Kind of a breezy day, I would say, at Byron Dragway, so do make sure that if you see any loose scraps of paper blowing around, help it out. Help it to find a nearest waste bin. One thing you'll notice at Byron Dragway, you are almost never further than 100 feet away from a trash receptacle. And we appreciate you using those as well as you do to help keep the little scraps of paper from blowing out on the track more than it happens. Daryl Kingsnorth coming up now in the Ford Falcon left-hand side. Beautiful car. Paired up with number 212 on the right-hand side. That is Bill Clapper, the owner of Midwest Muscle Car Restoration Incorporated in Rockford, Illinois. A beautiful 65 Buick Skylark in the right-hand lane. Clapper is out front. Clapper lights the scoreboard. 12.008, 109 miles per hour. 13.74 at 99 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Daryl Kingsnorth. Jeff Robel coming up in the left-hand side from Addison, Illinois. Wow, what a gorgeous 67 Dodge Coronet in the left-hand side. Noteworthy information, Jeff is saying on here he had 3 red lights in a row on one day. Not sure if that's really an accomplishment, but hey, it is certainly noteworthy. Jeff Robel on the left-hand side, he'll keep it green this time. He'll keep the pedal to the metal all the way to the floorboard. 11.75, 113 miles per hour for Jeff Robel. Great performance for the Dodge Coronet in the left-hand side. 14.15, 88 miles per hour on the right-hand side for number 13 of Robert Neves. Charlie Smith and Frederick Kirkcock coming up again. Kirkcock on the left-hand side of that GMC pickup truck from Mad Dog's Garage He is in the left-hand side. And Charlie Smith of Downers Grove, Illinois, the 47 Ford Coupe with a 408 under the hood. Oh, it's here. Alexander Case. He went home. You know, he came here earlier today just to scope out the property. Is that a skeleton riding shotgun in the car, Mr. Case? Slim Pickens, that's his name. Slim Pickens.
He's an organ donor.
Oh, he's a donor. Wow. I'm going to say they picked him clean. Great run on the right-hand side for number 267, Charlie Smith. He's got a skeleton hanging out his car, too. A 47 Ford Coupe in the right-hand lane. 1563, 87 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for Frederick Kirkhock. Well, Ron Bruder on another textbook run to the left-hand side. And Bruder with the rattle and A. He'll go at 1351, 100 miles per hour to the left-hand side. He'll bring up Ron Johnson in the street legal Ford Sprint car. Ford flathead inside of it. And Johnson is also a big aviation expert. He's got a handful of airplanes himself, and he'll be racing a couple of cars throughout this weekend because he cannot be here on Sunday. He's got a big aviation show to attend. So a solo run for the street legal sprint car of Ron Johnson. And Johnson will go 1521 at 85 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Chuck Clothier from Polo, Illinois, coming up in the left-hand side of the 55 Chevy, driven by the 38-year-old Byron firefighter and paramedic, a first responder serving the Byron community in the left-hand side, Chuck Clothier. Paired up with Rich Hartman, a 45-year resident of Byron, Illinois. Well, Hartman will be the winner of this one, hands down. Rich Hartman, 13:19, 103 miles per hour. And an 18:13 elapsed time, 85 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Chuck Clothier. That'll bring up young 25-year-old Byron Bunch of Loves Park, Illinois, on the left-hand side of the 62 Ford Falcon. This is his second time competing at Glory Days. For young Byron Bunch, who was actually named after the Dragway. So Bunch on the left-hand side, paired up with John C. Clothier. 13:44 at 101 for Byron Bunch on the left-hand side. 14:25, 96 miles per hour for John C. Clothier of Mount Morris, Illinois, in the 55 Chevy 210. Boy, I can't help but look at that beautiful patriotic Chevy Coupe on the right-hand side and not think about Mount Morris, the hometown of Mr. John C. Clothier. Have you ever been to the 4th of July celebration in Mount Morris, Ian? You must be there. You must be there to attend and witness. Perhaps no community in this Northwest Illinois who takes more serious and better celebrates the 4th of July festivities than that of Mount Morris, Illinois. They certainly do it right. That is Daniel Zanstra on the right-hand side. That is a 37 Chevy Coupe from Yorkville, Illinois, in the right lane. And Bob Clothier, the 57 Chevy Bel Air left-hand side from Polo, Illinois. Whoa, the 57 is all over the racetrack, skating around out there. $16.51 for Clothier on the left-hand side. He had that car sideways on more than one occasion. $13.47 at 102 in the right-hand lane for Daniel Zanstra.
We'll be down for a few seconds, do a track check, make sure everything's good. Rex Fennell left lane out of Oak Park in the 1937 Dodge. Over in the right lane, we have Ryan Hartman driving the 52 cars, Henry J. Keisner. Left lane will go 1225, 106. Right lane, 1222, 110 mile an hour. Bruce Kossman, left lane, 66 Ford F100. Jack Liberto here in the 27 Ford Coupe out of New Berlin, Wisconsin. The Green Hornet. This pickup truck flies. I saw it run 11:15, I believe, last time. Might have been a 30. All right, Green Hornet's out front. Wow, what a light for the Green Hornet. 008 light for the Green Hornet. He was ready. He's going to go through 1103 on the Green Hornet. 66 Ford pickup, 1148, 91 mile an hour. We need C gas to lane number 5, C gas to lane number 5, and B gas to lane number 5. We're looking for C gas, lane number 5, B gas, lane number 6. C gas, lane number 5, B gas, lane number 6. Chris Lane, Hinckley, Illinois, in the 56 Chevrolet. Chris is an HVAC contractor by his day job. F56 is getting with it. He's going to go through the quarter mile. 1119, 120 mile an hour. Left lane, don't have him on file yet. 1351 at 98 mile an hour. Lawrence, the Doc Clothier, in the 59 Chevy. He's going to make a solo here, Lawrence will. He was on a 50-year hiatus, I understand. He's back at it here at the Byron Dragway. Happy to have him here at Glory Days. All right, Lawrence missing a gear there. He's found it, back at it. Just went by 660-foot cone. Here he goes by 1,000. He's going to go through the quarter mile. 1401, 104 for Lawrence.
C Gas Cars to lane number 5. C Gas Cars to lane number 5. B Gas lane 6 and 7. B Gas to lanes 6 and 7. B Gas Cars lane 6 and 7. Patrick Hampton back up again from Hebron in Indiana, the 1930 Ford Altered. On the right-hand side, a solo run for the panty dropper Ford from Hebron, Indiana. B Gas, lane 6 and 7. A Gas, lanes 8 and 9. Looking for our B Gas and A Gas cars to the lanes. Patrick Hampton on what might be his best run of the day today. He'll go 8:11, 162 miles per hour. Patrick Hampton with his best performance yet at Glory Days this weekend. What a performance. Wow, that's a testimonial from the Hampton crew. They just informed our lane director, Brian Steele, that they've been all over the country with that car, and so far, this has been the only track this summer they have found that can withstand the power of Patrick Hampton's Altered, and they've made their best runs of the year right here at Glory Days. So a tip of the cap to the track crew for getting things put together, prepped, and ready to go this weekend and every weekend at Byron Dragway. A final call for B Gas. B Gas lane 6 and 7. A Gas cars lanes 8 and 9. Final call, A Gas cars lanes 8 and 9. We'll take our super stock class cars to lanes 10 and 11. Super stock class cars to 10 and 11. Super stock class cars 10 and 11. And FX cars to lane at number 12. FX cars to lane at number 12. Dragsters and Altereds. Dragsters and Altereds, you are on standby. Standby. Dragsters and Altereds, you are on standby. Calvin Johnson, left-hand side from Hollandale, Wisconsin, a 51. Studebaker champion, the Silver Steward, as he calls it. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with Ron Kness from Rod's Shop in Freeport, Illinois. The Jeepster on the right-hand side. Fun fact, the man of the Jeepster is the man who screen-printed all of the Glory Days event souvenirs. That's right. We keep our business local. We keep our business in the pockets of the racers at Byron Dragway. 1726 for Rod Kness at 92 miles per hour in the Jeepster right-hand side. 1132 at 114 in the left-hand lane for Calvin Johnson in the Silver Steward from Hollandale, Wisconsin. Super stock class cars, lanes 10 and 11. Super stock class cars, 10 and 11. FX cars will take you to lane number 12. FX cars to staging lane number 12. Royce Brockler in the 56 Ford Thunderbird, left-hand side from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. A radical hot rod. And through the quarter mile, he's going to go 10:20, 118 miles per hour for Royce Brockler in the Thunderbird. We're looking for dragsters and altereds to lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters, altereds to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Dragsters and Altereds will take you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Dragsters and Altereds, stage to lanes 5 and 6, please. Tom Perrin of Chautauqua, Wisconsin, in the 62 Chevrolet Biscayne left-hand side, sporting the Nicky Chevrolet stickers on the door. Running alongside number 225, that is Eric Stefanelli of Brookfield, Illinois, in a 66 Plymouth Valiant. And Perrin in the Biscayne is going to be the winner left-hand side, 1220, 409 miles per hour. Eric Stefanelli, 1261 at 108 in the Plymouth Valiant in the right-hand side. Phil Hack at the left-hand side of Bloomer, Wisconsin. First time we've seen this car this weekend, the 65 Chevy Impala left-hand lane. A car that he has owned for 35 years. 1251 at 109 for Phil Hack at the left-hand side. Beautiful super stock Chevy. And 1239 at 114 miles per hour on the right-hand side for number 3712 of Richard Foster in a beautiful Chevy 2 from Cary, Illinois. Hey, we've had a koozie turned into the tower. I understand it was left at the Dragway Diner on the tower side of the racetrack. And it looks like it might be a sentimental item. It's from Danny's 75th birthday bash. And Danny must be into lobsters, or maybe he's from New Hampshire, or that's a crawfish? I don't know about that. Or it could be a crawfish. That's one possibility, Mr. Stetter. I'm not convinced, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out when they come to claim the koozie. It's up in the tower. It's been turned in from Shirley at the Dragway Diner. So stop upstairs if it is your koozie, if you're missing your koozie from Danny's 75th birthday. Kevin Bunch coming up in the Austin Bantam Altered left-hand side from Loves Park, Illinois. And Gary Fennell of Rockford, Illinois, the 57 Jeepster Roadster in the right-hand lane. And the Bantam Altered of Kevin Bunch, recording what might be his best elapsed time ever, 10:96, 115 miles per hour for Bunch. 13:05 at 102 on the right-hand side. for the Jeepster of Gary Fennell. Well, a pair of cars from the Who Are Those Guys Car Club. Seriously, who are those guys? Brian Graylick and Whitey Hirsch. And I tell you what, they've been exchanging blows all day long today. Hirsch having the better of Graylick in the previous run, but does have 55 Chevy of the farmer, Brian Graylick, have anything in store for him? Hey, the last call to buy your 50/50 tickets benefiting the ALS Association Greater Chicagoland Chapter. Are you serious? Really? $832. That is the current pot to the winner. That is the current prize to the winner. $832. Swing on down to see Dave, see the entire crew from the ALS Association Greater Chicagoland Chapter. There's a few more buying their tickets at the blue top tent behind the grandstand nearest to the tower. Uh-oh, a problem for Whitey Hirsch. And Brian Graylick is going to get the win. 989, 134 miles per hour for Brian Graylick on the left-hand side. Whitey Hirsch, I believe he was a low 970 in the previous run. So that would have been a fantastic side-by-side run. But I am not sure what the matter would be with that Anglia. That car is usually on a string and absolutely flawless. So an uncharacteristic mishap for Whitey Hirsch. Well, two cars that could not be much more different. Wild Willie and the Illinois Outlaw Fiat Topolino. And the Rough Night in Jericho 4-cylinder front engine dragster. A little burnout side by side, and they were singing kind of they were kind of harmonizing. You've got the small block V8 of Bill Fusting and the 6-cylinder engine on the right-hand side. 4-cylinder engine, excuse me, of the Rough Night in Jericho front engine dragster, entry number 30. That is Will Beer of Palmyra, Missouri. 47-year-old farmer by trade. $175 cubic inch 4-cylinder out of a Chevy 2. Bill Fusting, the 2021 NHRA Holly Hot Rod Reunion champion. And the Fiat Topolino certainly giving Fusting a bit of his hands full down there. He'll gather it up and get right down the track. 852 miles per hour for Bill Fusting. 1197, 112 miles per hour for Will Beer in the front engine dragster in the right-hand side. You know, we've had these Glory Days hats delivered to the track here for about a week or longer, and it is so cool to see people out wearing them about the pits and seeing the hats in the wild, if you will. So they are certainly selling and selling well. Make sure you swing on down to the souvenir stand before those hats are all gobbled up, because they will go fast. That is an attractive hat. It is kind of a trucker style, almost a very deep navy with a white mesh. Red hat with some white and black graphics. It is sharp. The Glory Days Vintage Drag Race. Make sure you swing on down to the souvenir stand located on the tower side of the racetrack. The black trailer, Robin Cruz is there right now, servicing the trailer. So make sure you swing on down and pick up your souvenirs while supplies last. The 50-50 raffle will be closing soon. Last call for raffle tickets. Last call for raffle tickets. Last we checked, $832 is the current prize to the champion. A first call goes out to Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers. First call, Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. First call, Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Scott Schmaltz coming up in the Seafoam Green 66 front engine tractor from Homewood, Illinois. Beautiful car. He is a member of the Roman Chariots Car Club of Blue Island, Illinois. He's at the left-hand side, paired up with A.J. Zangerly, the engineer, right-hand side. From the Quantico, Wisconsin. Wow, this one is going to be a very good match race. Zangerly beginning to pull away. AJ will get there first. 941, 131 miles per hour for AJ Zangerly. 982 at 135 on the left-hand side for Scott Schmaltz in the 66 front engine dragster. And you know what's even as much fun as watching the cars? Maybe not as much fun, but sure is a lot of fun, is checking out the chase vehicles. Those are the tow vehicles for the front engine dragsters. Rolling on down the quarter mile to go retrieve their driver and return them to the pit area. Second call. Nostalgia Gassers and Great Lakes Gassers to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Nostalgia Gassers, Great Lakes Gassers, we are looking for you. Staging lanes 3 and 4. Kevin Krauss and Clinton Champlain coming up now. Clinton Champlain on the right-hand side. You know what? Finally, the sun is out with the front engine dragsters out on track, and you can marvel at the metal flake and the paint job of Clinton Champlain's front engine dragster right-hand side. A local driver from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. That is Clinton Champlain, with the services of Joshua Champlain helping him as his crew chief today. Kevin Krauss to the left-hand side. That is the Ornery Buzzard front engine dragster from Montgomery, Illinois. I tell you what, I could hop into a lot of race cars and drive a lot of them, you know, with confidence. But a front-engine dragster is something that I would have a hard time straddling the rear end of one of these machines and trying to keep it pointed straight. No problem for Clinton Champlain. Check it out. 851, 155 miles per hour for the slingshot dragster of Clinton Champlain. The ornery buzzard of Kevin Krauss is just going to coast on down. 1738, 129 miles per hour. Gordy Beach and Tim Risen. Beach in the Nash Metropolitan with a Hemi under the hood at the left-hand side. And Tim Risen, the special agent in the right-hand side. Uh-oh, problem for Risen. He pulls it outside the groove. That's never a good sign. As it appears a problem with Tim Risen's car on the right-hand side. Even still, he'll cross the finish line first at a 14:06 elapsed time. Just 52 miles per hour, and he will come to rest in the shutdown area. It does appear. Well, and it sounds like a radiator cap came off of the car of Tim Risen. So we're going to check this track out, make sure that he did not lose any fluid on the track. So a loss of a radiator cap from Tim Risen. That'll put us on hold here for a moment as we locate the radiator cap and make sure that we do not have any sort of spill on the track. NHRA competition license run number 2 of the day for Phil Morris of Gasser Wars Magazine. In the blown alcohol altered from Snohomish, Washington. Well, Phil and, of course, his late wife, Dee Norris, campaigned this altered all over the country. It's a 10.5 to 1 ratio, blown 399 Chrysler Hemi between the frame rails with a Donovan gear drive, Donovan valves, Arias pistons, Engel cam and springs, Titan rockers, all the best that money can buy on this car in the right-hand side. Phil's late wife, Dee, campaigned the car for so many years. And now Phil has it back together and is ready to earn his NHRA competition license. And those steps begin here today at Glory Days. So look for about a half-track pass, this time from Phil Morris. And he'll do just that. Clicks it off just about the 8th mile mark at a 597, 108 miles per hour in just the half track. LA first call now goes out to the AA Gas Shootout cars as presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. First call to the AA Gas Shootout cars as presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair to lane number 9, please. AA Gas Shootout cars to staging lane number 9. So they will tow the altered, blown alcohol altered of Phil Morris off the top end of the racetrack, after which we'll be ready to go with the Nostalgia Gassers and the Great Lakes Gassers in just a couple of minutes. Brian Huffman of Kewanee, Illinois, in the 1941 Willys Coupe left-hand side, 355 small block Chevy in the left-hand lane. Chairman of the Nostalgia Gassers Racing Association is Brian Huffman in the Huffman Racing 41 Willys left-hand lane. Paired up with entry number 81 on the right-hand side, that is John Swick, the Crying Time 55 Chevy Coupe. He'll pop the driver's door open, a little more of that burnout smoke escape the cockpit so that he can catch his breath in the Crying Time 55 Chevy. From Dayton, Indiana. Well, Swick shuts it off early, and so does his opponent in the left-hand lane of Brian Huffman, coasting through to a 989 at just 94 miles per hour. Very quick is the 41 Willys. One can only wonder what he would have done full out in the quarter mile. Chris Krebs coming up from Napoleon, Ohio, in a beautiful 64 Mercury Comet. First year driving this car after having built it as you see it. And wow, what a gorgeous Mercury Comet for Chris Krebs on the left-hand side. He'll be paired up with Joel Cox, the problem child, 61 Ford Falcon from Cox's Custom and Performance in Fillmore, Illinois. 34-year-old Joel Cox, the 460 under the hood in the right lane. How about that? A perfect reaction time. The first one of the weekend. Chris Krebs in his brand newly built at least, 64 Mercury Comet 1160, 110 miles per hour for Krebs at the left-hand side. 1101 at 118 for Joel Cox on the right-hand side, crossing the finish line first. All right, this is the time to get your 50-50 raffle tickets out of your pocket. Dig them out of your pocket, get them ready, because we will be announcing the 50-50 drawing winner in just a moment's time. Again, thank you to the crew from the ALS Association Greater Chicagoland Chapter. $931. $931, that is the winning pot to the 50-50 winner. So get your tickets out, get them ready. We will be announcing the 50-50 raffle winner in just a moment's time. After this pair, we will announce the 50-50 raffle winner. Brian Blasey in the left-hand side, the G&B Automotive entry. In the left-hand side, Blasey is an inventor with the Chevrolet. You see the left-hand side, paired up with the 37 Chevy on the right-hand side of Ted Beach from Ted's Performance Shop in Aurora, Illinois, and the 37 Chevy Coupe that he calls Uncle Sam. Whoa, hold on to it, Brian. Brian Blasey was making a move right for the Dragway Diner. That car took a hard left at the starting line. No problem for Ted Beach. Check it out, 939. 140 miles per hour for the 37 Chevy Coupe of Ted Beach. Well, that's what happened. He saw your cup of ice cream and he decided to go right for the diner. A hard move to the left for Brian Blasey. Fortunately, he is a very talented driver and was able to roll that car under control before it drove any further out of the groove. For the talented young man from Lake Zurich, Illinois, Brian Blasey. Sounds like he has lost fire, so we'll be towing him off the top end of the racetrack. So this is a good time to reach in that pocket and pick out those 50-50 raffle tickets. $931 is the prize to the winner. So, will we do the honors? Who wants to pull the ticket? All right, here's the drum roll. All right, it's a red ticket. A red ticket. Ian, how many tickets did you get? Ian, you're 6'5" and you've got a full wingspan of tickets. My goodness, you made a small investment. All right, the red winning ticket is number 5999926. That's the winning 50-50 raffle ticket. It is a red ticket. A red ticket with number 5999926. 599,926. Anybody. Somebody should be jumping up and down and waving their hands, and yeah, maybe they're in the pits. Maybe they're in the swap meet. Who knows? Uh-oh. Nope. That's a tech card. That is not a 50-50 card. Come in, though, young man. Don't throw those tickets away in case we have to redraw. All right, another call for that 50-50 winning ticket number. Stop upstairs to the tower. 599-926. 599-926. That is the winning number. It is a red 50-50 ticket number. 599-926. I'll let you hold on to that. 599-926. Stop upstairs to collect your prize, $931. And the 50-50 raffle benefiting the LALS Association of the Greater Chicagoland Chapter. And we are back to racing. Greg Robel coming up in the 51 Chevy two-door sedan, left-hand side from Port Clinton, Pennsylvania. Class Reunion is the name of his car. And it is a wild one. Watch the front tires hike up at the left-hand side. For Greg Robel, he is paired up with Billy Duesenberry from Burlington, Iowa, and the 55 Chevy Bel Air that he calls Hoochie Mama. How about that 51 Chevy of Greg Robel? Big wheels up launch. At the finish line, Robel, the Class Reunion 51 Chevy, will cross the finish line first. 944, 138 miles per hour for the 51 Chevy of Greg Robel. 947 to 124 in the right-hand lane for the Hoochie Mama 55 Chevy of Billy Duesenberry. A big congratulations. We have the 50-50 raffle winner in the tower. A $931 prize. Now, Mary Beth, what is your fear? Is your fear that everyone's going to come and say, hey, you know, they got ice cream at the diner. Come on. Ice cream's on Mary Beth. Or you're afraid of Whitey needing a part for the Anglia. Well, congratulations to our 50-50 raffle winner. Thank Thank you for contributing to the ALS Association Greater Chicagoland Chapter. Thank you so much. And this is the one they call Wild Thing. On the left-hand side, Randy Winker of Syracuse, Indiana. And a 53 Chevy Bel Air with a 555 cubic inch big block Chevy. Member of the Northern Indiana Gassers, Randy Winker on the left-hand side. Paired up with Dustin Robertson, the 55 Chevy Handyman Wagon from Hannibal, Missouri. Both cars leaving with the front tires high in the sky. Rinker better get it back in the groove. He's hanging out far outside the groove for the whole way down. 10-17 on the right-hand side. Win light to Kevin Robertson. Dustin Robertson, what am I thinking? 10-08, 132 on the left-hand side for Randy Rinker in the left-hand lane. That'll bring up Bowman the Showman. That is Rick Bowman of Indianapolis, Indiana, in the 1940 Willys Coupe that he calls Grit. Jake, what would be your choice of grit? Are you a 180 or a 240 or a 320 grit? Sandpaper, of course. Well, of course, it depends on the application. The 40 Willys Coupe of Rick Bowman on the right-hand side, paired up with Kip Galloway, the Ford Falcon that he calls the High Life. And gosh darn it, the sun is behind the clouds again. He's got over 1 pound of metal flake in the paint job of this car. And I would say that you could probably see that car from space if the sun hit it just right. Kip Galloway, 975, 136 miles per hour for the Ford Falcon that he calls the High Life. 980 with a 7 to 133 miles per hour for Rick Bowman in the Willys. Larry Krebs coming up from Wauseon, Ohio. The 1958 MG with the 355 small block. Where is there even room for a small block in that car? My goodness, that is one tight quarters for Larry Krebs on the right-hand side from the Buckeye State of Ohio. Paired up with, no, that's not Ben Bacon doing the driving duties. That is his wife. That is Michelle Bacon wheeling the tub and squirt Ford Anglia in the left-hand side from Kingston, Illinois. So Michelle Bacon has exchanged the outfit of a backup girl in favor of the fire suit. Uh-oh, Ben Bacon is trying to strike a pose for the photographers. I'm sorry, Ben, it just doesn't work. I'm not even going to tell him to keep trying. It's just not going to work, Ben. I'm not sure, but I think Michelle had a bigger wheel stand than her husband in the Anglia. At the finish line, Larry Krebs is going to get there first in the right-hand side, going to 10:58 and 93 miles per hour. Michelle Bacon, 11:30 with a 113 miles per hour for Michelle Bacon in the Anglia. Well, this will be Michelle's father-in-law coming up now. This is Steve Bacon, the Innocent Rascal, 41 Willies in the left-hand side. We might need to have the starter doing an inspection, make sure there's still some tread left on the tires of Steve Bacon. Make sure the cords are not coming through. What a burnout in the left-hand side from Steve Bacon, the Innocent Rascal, 41 Willies, paired up with Brandon Beach of Aurora, Illinois, the 36-year-old auto-body technician in the beautiful Daddy Stain 58 Chevrolet Bel Air with a 427 under the hood. Another good side-by-side match race, but I think the Innocent Rascal may have met his match. Daddy Stain's going to teach him a lesson. 10-14, 130 miles per hour for Brandon Beach in the right-hand side. 11-12 at 113 for the Innocent Rascal of Steve Bacon. And it is time now for the double A gas shootout. 8th mile, 4/10 Pro Tree, as presented by Jim Casales, Mobile Truck Repair. Well, I hope you had your camera ready for that one. 2 side-by-side burnouts in the AA gas shootout as presented by Jim Casales, Mobile Truck Repair. John Reidenbach in the Chevrolet Corvette, right-hand side from Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Brian Spots, left-hand side of Polk, Ohio, driving an all-steel car. It is the quickest AA gas Anglia currently running in the United States. Wants to credit his sponsor, Jim Casales, this weekend. Brian Spots, the It's Crazy Ford Anglia 51 model from Polk, Ohio. They will remove the American flags from the car. Lisa will take good care of those. The backup girls will motion them into the starting line. John Reidenbach, supercharged, blowing Chevrolet Corvette to the right-hand side. Brian Spots, the supercharged, blowing Ford Anglia, left-hand lane. Hold on to it, Brian. That car's moving around, but he will make it across the finish line. Short wheelbase, high center of gravity. He's got his hands full. 499 with a 9. 140 miles per hour for Brian Spots in the AA gas Ford Anglia, the fastest one in the United States, currently running. 593 in the right-hand side. 120 miles per hour for John Reidenbach in the Chevrolet Corvette. What a show. That'll bring up Skip Hortland in the Precision Chrome Steel in Time 55 Chevy from Fox Lake, Illinois, the left-hand side. Paired up with the world-famous Greg Stelz from Greg's Speed Shop in Waupaca, Wisconsin. The Pontiac Super Chief that he calls the Joker. Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. We are looking for Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to lane 7 and 8, please. Nostalgia Superstock Inc. to staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Well, you pity everybody in the staging lanes with that headwind coming out of the south and long smoky burnouts. Just a thick cloud of burnout smoke hanging over the staging lanes at Byron Dragway. But something tells me that some people in this crowd wouldn't be anywhere else. Hortland in the 55 Chevy Stealth and the Pontiac Super Chief. At the finish line, Skip Portland's going to cross the finish line first. 609 miles per hour. Greg Stelz, 613 at 113 miles per hour, grabbing the gears the whole way down on the manual trans. 4-speed of Greg Stelz. That'll bring up Jeff Jacobson. Have they fixed a door latch on the scare lane yet? He's a body man. If anyone should be able to fix a door jam, it ought to be Jeff Jacobson. So Jeff Jacobson to the left-hand side of the Ford scare lane. From Clinton, Wisconsin, a 55 model Ford Fairlane to be exact. Member of the Border Bandits and the Southeast Gassers, he's at the left-hand side, paired up with Ronnie Green in the right-hand lane. Of Janesville, Wisconsin, the 55 Almquist Sabre with a small block Chevy. I can't even say under the hood of that one. There's more engine exposed than hidden beneath the body of the Almquist on the right-hand side for Ronnie Green. That thing is all motor and tire and just a little bit of car for Ronnie Green. All horsepower and no weight. No wheelbase either. Hold on to that one, Ronnie. That's a wild ride. The door ajar light is on for the scare lane to the left-hand side. Ronnie Green will cross the finish line first. 571 miles per hour. And the scare lane of Jeff Jacobson. 579 miles per hour to left-hand side for Jeff Jacobson. If I had to guess, though, I'm going to guess that the 55 Ford Fairlane did not have a door ajar light in the dashboard. So perhaps he's just not even aware. Without a doubt, the most aggressive burnout we've seen today from the Night Prowler 41, Willie's Coupe. The Night Prowler, that is Jim Casales of Kirkland, Illinois. Absolutely beautiful car out of the shop from Scott Rods. Was a long time coming for that car, and he could not be more pleased with the product. .738, 91 miles per hour, and that is the end of our AA Gas Shootout. Here we go, Nostalgia Super Stock Inc. Two-ton of fun. That is the name of Ike Andrews, 1963.5 Ford Galaxy in the right-hand lane. Lifelong roundy-round stock car racer. He has since converted to a drag racer and has stayed in the straight and narrow ever since. Two-ton of fun. Ike Andrews on the right-hand side. Paired up with the Patriot missile of Gordy Long, a beautiful, I mean beautiful, 62 Dodge Dart with a 540 max wedge under the hood. The car's origins date back to Famoso Raceway in Bakersfield, California. Gordy Long goes 122 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. 1197 at 109 in the right-hand lane for Ike Andrews of Baraboo, Wisconsin. Now to bring up the repeat offender of Dennis Shearer, probably the most local of all the Nostalgia Superstock cars from Roscoe, Illinois. Another 63.5 Ford Galaxy 500 with a 588 cubic inch Ford motor with a homemade intake manifold and a full rollerized transmission built by none other than Morris Olson. He is paired up with the Palmyra missile in the right-hand lane. That is Tom Cartwright of Indianapolis, Indiana. And a 64 Dodge Palmyra, a car that he built with his father. So a lot of sentimental value for the 64 Dodge Palmyra of Tom Cartwright. Well, the repeat offender gets the jump off the starting line. It looks like he might be able to hold off the Palmyra missile. At the finish line, Dennis Shearer will cross the finish line first. 1082, 124 miles per hour. What's even more impressive about that car is he has built it to not just be fast on the strip, but it is street legal. He has been a part of Hot Rod Drag Week. He's been a part of the Hot Rod Power Tour. So a car that has crisscrossed the country. We're just so fortunate to have it here today. That'll bring up now Doug Henderson and the Never Too Late Plymouth in the left-hand side. 64 Savoy. The 496 cubic inch Mopar under the hood. We're looking for the Brew City Gassers. Brew City Gassers to lanes 11 and 12. At lanes 11 and 12, Brew City Gassers to lanes 11 and 12, please. Brew City Gassers to lanes 11 and 12. Bob Durling goes 1050 with a 926 miles per hour, 119, 131 miles per hour on the left-hand side. For the Never Too Late Plymouth Savoy of Doug Henderson lighting the win light. A second call, Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers, staging lanes 11 and 12. Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13, please. Looking for the Illinois Outlaw Gassers to staging lane number 13. Bob Stover. Racing a pair of cars here today. One the front engine dragster, one the Pontiac Tempest you see on the right-hand side of Ashton, Illinois. The 62 Pontiac Tempest he calls the Terrible Tempest. And he'll shut it down about the 1,000-foot mark and drop the laundry for good measure. 10:56 at 87 miles per hour for Bob Stover on a solo run in the right-hand lane. So we're looking for the Brew City Gassers, lanes 11 and 12. Brew City Gassers, staging lanes 11 and 12, please. Paging the Brew City Gassers to lanes 11 and 12. Illinois Outlaw Gassers will take you to lane number 13. Illinois Outlaw Gassers to lane number 13. You hear that? That's the sound of nitro in the pit area from the competition fabrication pit of the Frantic Fueler. That's right. Blown nitro car here tonight. Brian Anui. Brian Inouye of Cincinnati, Ohio, warming it up in the pits. You can hear the nitro. Come one, come all. And hear the nitro car warming up in the pits. That's some horsepower right there, Mr. Stetter. Brian Inouye, Dave Dahlheimer, with the Frantic Fueler getting things warmed up and giving Byron Dragway a little taste of nitro here this evening. Can't wait to see that car run. We're about ready for the Brew City Gassers. Looks like they are getting strapped in, helmets on, and ready to go. Brew City Gassers, 11 and 12, please, and Illinois Outlaw Gassers to staging lane number 13, please. Chad Steward and Neil Brown on track. Pair of Chevrolets. Brown in the left-hand side. Steward in the 57 right-hand lane. At the finish line, this one's going to be Chad Steward. 1,118 miles per hour for Chad Steward of Tonka, Illinois. 11:28, 121 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Neil Brown in the Chevy Fleet line of Ringwood, Illinois. Daryl Nelson, left-hand side, in the Mercury Comet. Paired up with B030, right-hand side. That is Eric Essie of Madison, Wisconsin. Promoter for Madison Classics in a beautiful 56 Chevrolet Bel Air right-hand side with a 598 under the hood. Very close match race. Chevy with a slight advantage. Chevy with the win light. 10:57, 123 miles per hour for Eric Essie in the 56 Chevy. And the Mercury Comet of Daryl Nelson goes a 10:66, 122 miles per hour. Dean Trowbridge from New Auburn, Wisconsin, to the 40. Willys Coupe left-hand side, 383, blown supercharged. Paired up with B069 on the right-hand side. That is Kevin Smith in the 51 Henry J. Trowbridge is out front. Trowbridge will get there first. 11:01, 118 miles per hour. 11:46 at 112 for Kevin Smith of Genoa City, Wisconsin, in the yellow Kaiser Henry J. Well, if you love a good Chevy 2, this is your matchup. Tom Ellman, right-hand side, the Tough 2 Chevy 2 from Tonka, Illinois. Paired up with the Sour Grape, left-hand side. Art Beeler of South Beloit, Illinois, 64 Chevy 2 from Brothers Auto Body and Repair. Member of the Brew City Gassers from South Beloit, Illinois, Art Beeler. Feeler with an almost perfect reaction time. He'll go 10:14, 132 miles per hour to left-hand side. 10:39 at 1:30 in the right-hand lane for Tom Elliman in the Tough 2 Chevy 2. With the 396 big block, that is Joe Jacobson, left-hand side, the 32 Chevy from Beloit, Wisconsin. Beautiful car. Look at the detail. Just incredible detail on the paint job, left-hand side. Paired up with Mark Davis, the King Rat from Trevor, Wisconsin. This car was the 1968 C Gas champion in Redding, California. 427 under the hood for Mark Davis. .996, 111 miles per hour to left-hand side. What a run for Joe Jacobson. Incredible performance. 10:26 at 129 on the right-hand side for Mark Davis, the King Rat. I tell you what, two of the most unique, two of the coolest side-by-side cars to have at the starting line right now. Brian Fortier and Johnny Bucket. Fortier roasting the tires in the left-hand side. In the beautiful 61 Chevrolet Impala from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin from Brian Fortier. Johnny Bucket in the 61 Ford Econoline for the metal fabrication artist from New Berlin, Wisconsin. A little fun side-by-side matchup, and at the finish line, win light by just a hair is going to go to Johnny Bucket in the Ford right-hand side. The Econoline is the winner. 11:54 at 1:15 at the left-hand side for Brian Fortier in the Impala. Two more Brew City Gassers at the starting line. John Reidenbach and Jeff Jacobson in a Ford versus Chevy matchup. So a classic, Ford versus Chevy. Take your pick. Who's it going to be? Jacobson in the scare lane left-hand side. That's the Ford, and Reidenbach in the Corvette. Chevrolet right-hand side from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Ian, I'm not sure at your household what time dinner rolls around, but 6:30, I tell you what, my stomach starts telling me it's dinner time. You know what that means? Time to visit the Dragway Diner. 9:01 for John Rideback on the right-hand side. 9:28 for Jeff Jacobson in the left-hand lane. Well, a great side-by-side matchup. The Chevy getting the better of the two. Both cars approaching the 150-mile-per-hour mark at the quarter mile. We'll go and hold for just a second. A little bit of mop work at the starting line. Looks like a water leak right at the launch for Jacobson in the scare lane. So we'll get that dried up. We'll check the track out, and just as soon as things get dried off, we'll be ready to continue with the Brew City Gassers, but a little bit of a water leak from the scare lane. We'll get that dried up and the track fully restored, and then we'll be back to racing. So as I was saying, Ian, 6:30 p.m., I'm thinking about dinner time in the Simpson household. So now's as good a time as any to swing on down to the Dragway Diner and pick up a delicious treat. Concession vendors also available on the west side of the racetrack with beef brisket sandwiches and other goodies. And how do you go wrong with the Dragway Diners? Double cheeseburgers and foot-long hot dogs. All sorts of delicious snacks here at Byron Dragway. So don't forget to fuel yourself, as the day is still young at Byron Dragway. Racing planned until about the 9 o'clock hour yet this evening. So lots of racing still to happen. Make sure you take care of yourself and give yourself the nourishment you need to power through the day at the Playground of Power. Do not forget, something that will surely pick up your spirits and probably pick up compliments from your friends and family. Souvenirs from the Souvenir Stand. Gosh, nothing looks better than some nice, good merchandise that features the Glory Days event shirts or perhaps the event hat. I've seen more than a handful of those Glory Days hats walking around here today, Ian, so you know they are popular. Flex fit style, kind of a trucker design with a patch on it. They are cool. So swing on down. Make sure you get your official Glory Days event souvenir shirt while supplies last. I am sure, you know, we always order more every year, but it never fails come around to noontime on Saturday, if not sooner. Things are picked over. So make sure you pick out your size, pick out your color while supplies last. The last few years, we've had to start a waiting list. You know, get names, get sizes, get their address, and they pay ahead of time. We get them in, we mail them to them. So we are accommodating, no doubt about that. Well, why would you want to delay the inevitable? You know you want a shirt from the Souvenir Stand, so swing on down while supplies last. That's the black trailer on the tower side of the racetrack, located beside the tech inspection area, just down from the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Well, we get the all-clear report from the top end of the racetrack. Sounds like competition director Jeff Spearling's going to take it off the top end with the scooter, and we are ready to resume with the Brew City Gassers. What a burnout from Bill Kiloff in the Woolly Bully 63 Pontiac Le Mans from Watertown, Wisconsin. Gosh, by the time he gets back from the 330, backing up from the burnout, you might have time to run down to the diner, grab a sandwich, and still make it back in time for the run. That's how long the burnout was for Bill Kiloff in the right-hand lane. He's paired up with Tony Zampetta, the Bone Shaker, blown 540 Chevy, and the 41 Willys Coupe from Medina, Illinois. Tony Zampetta, 9:88 elapsed time with a whole shot victory on the left-hand side. 9:34 at 1:42 for Bill Kiloff on the right-hand side for the Woolly Bully. Paul Zielsdorf of Schofield, Wisconsin, in the 66 Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side of the 327 under the hood. And a problem in the right-hand side, number 248, Jamie Mealy from Dodge Center, Minnesota, the 66 Chevrolet Malibu. Appears broken. So Mealy with a broken rear end, it might seem, in the Malibu. And there will be a solo run for Paul Zielsdorf in the Chevrolet Corvette in the left-hand side. Well, ran a low 14-second time earlier. This time, Paul Zielsdorf, he's going to step on it. 1387, 100 miles per hour for the 66 Chevrolet Corvette from Schofield, Wisconsin, of Paul Zielsdorf. Jack Liberto and Smokey Mo Peterson. Coming up now, Smokey Mo in the 55 Chevy Handyman Wagon right-hand side is sponsored by Standard Oil. The Hustler, he calls his wagon on the right-hand side for the Minnesota-based driver of Smokey Mo Peterson. Jack Liberto, the beautiful Ford left-hand side, he calls the Green Hornet for the 27 Ford. .1089, 118 miles per hour for Jack Liberto. What a fantastic run for the Green Hornet here this afternoon. I guess I'd call it this evening. It is early evening, 6:50 p.m. at this time. 14:21 on the right-hand side, 97 miles per hour for Smokey Mo Peterson. And the call now goes out for stock class cars and motorcycles. Stock class cars and motorcycles to lane number 1, please. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1. We'll take hot rod class cars to lane 2 as well. Hot rod class cars to staging lane number 2. Here's Rod Kness in the Jeepster left-hand side from Freeport, Illinois, paired up with the Dago right-hand side, number 334. That is Jeff Marish and a 38 Chevy Coupe. Marish in the Chevy is out front, and he's going to cross the finish line first. 12:82, 102 miles per hour for the Dago 38 Chevy. 13:91 and 96 miles per hour to left-hand side for Rod Kness in the Jeepster. Big thank you to Rod Kness from Rod's Shop in Freeport, as he is the man who hand silk screened each and every one of the Glory Days event shirts that you see for sale at the Souvenir Stand. What a fantastic job he does. These are the Illinois Outlaw Gassers. Bill Evelyn coming out first. He's at the left-hand side of the Honest Engine Pontiac Chieftain. On the left-hand side, a 55 model Pontiac Chieftain. And Jesse James in the 1940 Willys Coupe right-hand side from Waterloo, Wisconsin. And the Illinois Outlaw Gassers. Jesse James goes 950, 439 miles per hour, picking up the win over Bill Evelyn. Evelyn is at 1124, 115 miles per hour for the Honest Engine. A second call for stock class cars and motorcycles. Stock class cars and motorcycles to the lanes, please. Stock class cars and motorcycles to staging lane number 1. We'll take hot rod cars to lane 2, please. Hot rod class cars to staging lane number 2. Daniel Zanstra from Yorkville, Illinois. The 37 Chevrolet Coupe right-hand side, 383 under the hood. He's on the right-hand side, very patriotic paint scheme. Gotta love that. Heard up number 329 on the left-hand side. That is Gerald Bacon from Kingston, Illinois. The 53 Chevy Bel Air for the construction worker in the left-hand lane. And what is a close race? It appears Bacon's going to pull away. Yes, he will. 12:56, 107 miles per hour for Gerald Bacon. 12:95 at 103 on the right-hand side for Daniel Zanstra. Ian, you strike me as a somewhat fearless individual. Would you find yourself strapped inside the panty dropper of Patrick Hampton. Would you drive a car of that scale and magnitude, Mr. Knapp? You would. You would. The 1934, the small block Chevy, Patrick Hampton, has absolutely been running some career best numbers here this weekend in the low 8-second quarter-mile range. Well, you made it just in time to watch one of the most extreme ones of the day today. Patrick Hampton from Hebron, Indiana, in a 1930 Ford. A Ford that has been traveling across the country this year, and he happened to tell his crewman told our lane director earlier today that he has not been able to get this car down any track in the country this summer, except Byron Dragway. He's had it hooked up all, I believe, 3 runs already today. On his 4th run of the day, Patrick Hampton carried the front tires to about the 125-foot mark. Only had to backpedal to put the front tires down to get it pointed straight once again. 836, 157 miles per hour for Patrick Hampton. It was hooked up. He didn't need to lift for any, traction purpose, but that car was pointed, headed kind of eastbound. So Ron Johnson on the left-hand side paired up with his, somewhat adopted son, as he says, unofficially adopted son. That is Douglas Clott in the right-hand lane, a pair of Harley Davidsons, both from Rockford, Illinois. Johnson at the left-hand side has decided to dial the bikes in. About a 4.5-second head start right here, give or take, to Doug Clott in the right-hand lane. An 1885 dial-in for Doug Clott. He'll leave first. And he'll be about to the 300-foot mark before the flathead Harley Davidson of Ron Johnson takes off in pursuit. And Clott's going to go red. We'll give an automatic win to Ron Johnson, but can Johnson catch him still? At the finish line, Doug Clott will get there first, 19:20 at 66 miles per hour. 14:71.88 is the speed in the left-hand lane for Ron Johnson. Now, this here is probably the most economical car as far as bringing your family to the strip. Hey, he's sporting a Glory Days ball cap as well. Tip of the cap to Dave Rehrberger in the right-hand side of Coral, Illinois, in a 64 Plymouth Fury wagon in the right-hand lane. He is modeling the Glory Days official event souvenir hat on the right-hand side. What a great choice of headgear for Dave Rehrberger. He's paired up number 131 to the left-hand side. That is Daryl Kingsnorth of Esmond, Illinois, in a 63 Ford Falcon. Lists his occupation as a professional bum. Professional. He's not just a bum. He's not any kind of bum, Mr. Knapp. He is the best. He is the cream of the crop. If you're going to be a bum, you're going to want to see... Okay, we're going to cut it off there. Daryl Kingsnorth in the left-hand side Hey, he put it on the tech card. We're just trying to bring attention to it. And the Ford Falcon, 1380, 99 miles per hour. 1554, 91 is the speed for Dave Rearberger in the Plymouth Fury wagon. E-Gas. We need E-Gas cars to the lanes, please. E-Gas cars to lane number 3, please. E-Gas to lane 3. D-Gas to lane number 4. E-Gas lane 3. D-Gas lane 4. Well, the backup girl's starting to put the outfits on. I noticed that as the night goes on. That is Jeff Robel on the left-hand side of Addison, Illinois, the 67 Dodge Coronet left-hand side. Paired up with 267 in the right-hand lane. Charlie Smith, the 47 Ford Coupe from Downers Grove, Illinois. Wow, this one's going to be a good match race. Very close at the starting line. Slight edge appears to go to Charlie Smith, but at the finish line it's going to be Robel in the left-hand side. Jeff Robel is your winner in the Dodge Coronet, going 1172, 114 miles per hour. 1187 to 104 in the right-hand lane for Charlie Smith in the Ford. Next up, Ron Bruder of Rock Falls, Illinois. That is the 1930 Ford A that he calls the Rattling A, a 50s, 60s style hot rod that he's been racing his whole life. Ron Bruder on the left-hand side. Paired up with Ken Burnmeister, a Vietnam veteran from Mokina, Illinois, in the 1938 Pontiac Coupe on the right-hand side. $12.93 for Burnmeister at 104 miles per hour. $13.40 with the 6 at 102 in the left-hand side for Ron Bruder. Ron Johnson back up with his second entry of the day. A 1948 Ford Sprint car from Rockford, Illinois, 100% street legal and 100% period correct with exception for the headlights to make it street legal. The 271 Flathead's going to go 1498 at 87 miles per hour for Ron Johnson in the Sprint car. Well, a father and son matchup between Ryan and Rich Hartman. The son is Ryan Hartman of Rockford, Illinois, the 52 Kaiser Henry J. A Henry J that he calls the abomination in the left-hand side. Ryan Hartman, 331 Chevy for the 32-year-old from Hartman Specialties. In a left-hand lane. Paired up with Rich Hartman. That's his father, who calls Byron, Illinois home with a 55 Chevy Bel Air right-hand side. So a father and son matchup. Father in the 55, son in the abomination, Henry J. Well, Father Rich trying to play some tricks at the starting line, but will it be enough to hold off Ryan? I don't think so. The abomination Kaiser Henry J goes 1198, 111 miles per hour to pick up the win over Rich Hartman. Rich Hartman goes 1361 at 102 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. This is Brad Hedges, also of Byron, Illinois, the 1930 Chrysler 6 on the left-hand side. In a car he calls the Weekend Stripper, paired up with Rob Coppell of Algonquin, Illinois, the 1953 Chevy Bel Air, a member of the Who Are Those Guys Drag Racing Club. 1354, 98 miles per hour for Rob Coppell on the right-hand side. 15 flat at 88 miles per hour in the left-hand lane for Brad Hedges. Kevin in the El Camino, coming up on the left-hand side from Ingleside, Illinois. He is the owner of the Best Fiberglass Repair. Kevin in the El Camino left lane, paired up with entry number 201. Well, final call for E-Gas and a final call for D-Gas. We are now looking for C-Gas class cars to lane 5, C-Gas class cars to lane number 5, B-Gas to lane number 6, B-Gas to lane number 6, and A-Gas cars to lanes 8 and 9. A-Gas cars staging lanes 8 and 9, please. Byron Bunch coming up from Loves Park, Illinois. A young man that was named after the track in the 62 Ford Falcon left-hand side, paired up with Ron Kness from Rod's shop in Freeport, Illinois. And a problem for Byron Bunch. That car's going to break. He'll pull it outside the groove and bring it to a stop just past the 8th mile. Rex Stefanelli in the Dodge Coupe left-hand side of Oak Park, Illinois. 11.99, 108 miles per hour for Rex Stefanelli. And a 12.59 elapsed time, 111 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Bob Clothier. And a 57 Chevy Bel Air from Polo, Illinois. Here is the Who Are Those Guys Car Club with Brian Graylick on the left-hand side. A beautiful all black on black 1955 Chevrolet on the left-hand side. The Farmer from Harvard, Illinois. Paired up with the Ford F-100, the Glory Days Ford pickup truck. And Graylick's going to go through to 9,932 miles per hour, 11.59 at 90 miles per hour for the Ford F-100 in the right-hand lane. Well, final call for A gas and B gas. Final call. B gas to 6 and 7. A gas to lanes 8 and 9. We'll take super stock class cars to 10 and 11. Super stock class cars to lanes 10 and 11. FX cars to lane number 12. FX cars to lane number 12. And dragsters and altereds begin to make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters and altereds will take you to lanes 5 and 6. This is Lawrence the Doc Clothier in a beautiful Chevrolet Impala left-hand side from Mount Morris, Illinois. Paired up with Kevin in the El Camino from Ingleside, Illinois. The Doc is jamming the gears at the left-hand side. We're going to take what cars we have in the lanes. We're going to hold all cars back into the pit area. So dragsters and altereds, if you would, lag back in the pit area at this time. Stay back in your pit, dragsters and altereds. We've got a couple of super stock cars. We've got a Nitro A-fuel dragster coming up. Well, we are not going to take any more cars in the lanes. The lanes are closed at this time. They will reopen shortly. We will reopen the lanes shortly, but the staging lanes are closed temporarily at this time. The staging lanes are closed temporarily at this time. Jack Liberto and Whitey Hirsch on track. Hirsch in the Anglio, right-hand side. 966, 136 miles per hour for Whitey Hirsch in the Anglia. 1093, 114 miles per hour for the 27 Ford Coupe of Jack Liberto in the Green Hornet. Again, the staging lanes are closed at this time. The staging lanes are closed at this time. Richard Foster in the 67 Chevy 2 from Cary, Illinois in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Tom Perrin in the Chevy Biscayne. The Biscayne's going to get the win this time. 12:25, 110 miles per hour. 12:41, 116 is the speed left-hand side. For Richard Foster. Once again, the lanes are closed. At this time, we have closed the staging lanes temporarily. The staging lanes are closed temporarily. We're going to run a Nitro A-Fuel Dragster, and then we will go on hold as we do have a storm cell off to the west. We're going to let that pass before we resume following this A-Fuel Nitro Dragster. Double A-Fuel Nitro Dragster is in the staging lanes. We're going to close the staging lanes, though, temporarily. Well, this should be fun. The Dave Dahlheimer-owned Frantic Fueler, as driven by Brian Inouye of Cincinnati, Ohio, just 30 years old in the Competition Fabrications Nostalgia Top Fuel front engine dragster that will be burning nitro. The KB 500 power plant between the frame rails, and what will be undoubtedly the loudest and fastest car on the property of the weekend. Brian Inouye is the driver from Cincinnati, Ohio. So it takes a small army to run this car. They've been working on it all day long today. Had a crowd flock around the grandstands when they were warming it up in the pit area. And the hard-working team of dragster Dave Dahlheimer and Brian Inouye get the car lined up and in position to crank it over, fire it up, and get this nitro-burning front-engine dragster ready to go. Again, the staging lanes are temporarily closed at this time. The staging lanes are temporarily closed at this time. We have one car on track. Then we will go on hold to let the storm cell off to the west pass. It looks as though we may get lucky as far as precipitation goes, but we do not want to get any closer with a threat of lightning in that storm. So we're going to run one more pair of cars, or I guess one more car here. The Nitro front engine dragster. Then we will go on hold. After this car, we will probably evacuate the grandstands until we know that we are clear of lightning. And there is the signal motion from dragster Dave Dahlheimer. They're going to put some fire in the pipes of Brian Inouye, the front engine dragster with the driver from Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, the race team is Illinois-based. Their shoe, the driver, 30-year-old Brian Inouye from Ohio. But this is not their first time at Byron Dragway, far from. Dragster Dave has been on the track as much as anybody in the front-engine dragster at Byron Dragway. But he has turned over the driving duties to the young hot shoe at just 30 years of age. Well, he was on a run to about the 8th mile mark. The car began to step around on him at about the half track. 4:00 with the 3, 162 miles per hour at half track. And I will tell you what, the header flames were probably screeching about 6, maybe 7 feet high into the sky. Shuts it off early, and that is still the low ET of the day, 7:43 at 99 miles per hour in just a half track blast for Brian Inouye. Hey, at this time, we're going to go on hold with the racing action as there is lightning off to the west. We will ask everyone to please leave the grandstands at this time. Don't go anywhere. The race is not done. We look at the radar, and it looks like we may stay dry through this, but we do need to make sure that this storm passes through. And we do not want to have anybody in the grandstands with lightning in the area. And we will have to disconnect the timing system as a precaution for lightning in the area. So there is a report of wind in the storm as well. So we will ask everyone with a canopy or a tent to make sure that you do have it secure. Perhaps take the tent down if possible. We may get lucky. It looks like the storm is somewhat fading off to the west. So if we do get lucky, we'll continue racing once the storm passes. But as a precaution, it is closing in. There is lightning, significant lightning off to the west. Again, we have not suspended today's racing indefinitely, but we will go temporarily on hold to let this storm pass and to see what Mother Nature brings. There is a chance for severe weather. Here is an update from the National Weather Service. And the special weather statement from the National Weather Service. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of western Ogle and northwestern Lee counties through 8:15 p.m. this evening. Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Shannon, Illinois, to 7 miles north of Sterling. Movement was northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazards include winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. This is all radar indicated. Impact could be gusty winds. So please do make sure that all unsecure objects are secure outdoors. Locations impacted include Dixon, Mount Morris, Polo, Forreston, Leaf River, Nelson, Woodland Shores, Adeline, Baileyville, and Woosung. So we do ask everyone to seek shelter as there is lightning in the area and potentially gusty winds and possible nickel-size hail. So make sure that you have fastened your canopies. Make sure they are put away. as there does remain a chance that this storm will impact her. There's a chance that it might miss us, but as time goes on, it is looking less and less favorable at this time, so we will ask everyone to please seek shelter as there is lightning in the area. Reports of gusty winds in the area as well. So we will ask everyone again to take this time before the wind kicks up. This is now the time to start securing your pit area, securing your campsite. If you have a tent up or any loose or unsecured objects, we would ask that this would be the time to start securing those tents. Pack them up, put them away, bring them down, do what you need to do. You do not want to be caught in the storm or in the wind doing that. It can cause significant property damage and, more importantly, personal injury from any sort of tents or loose objects blowing around. So please make sure your pit area is secure. Make sure your tents are secure. Do seek shelter from the lightning in the area. We had more optimism about 10 minutes ago of what the radar was showing. In the event we do get lucky, then hopefully we'll be able to restart racing here yet this evening if we're able to stay dry and avoid this storm. But in an abundance of caution, we will ask everyone to seek shelter at this time, as we do have a severe weather moving in from the west. So all awnings should be down, all canopies should be contained. That includes the souvenir stand. Please do start to pack up the tent on the souvenir stand. We got a number of canopies that have been taken down on the hill. Thank you very much, but a handful are still with the canopy on top. Please make sure they are secure. If we do get the 40-mile-per-hour wind that they're forecasting, those will end up on the racetrack. So please do make sure your canopies are tucked away, broken down, and put away. Please make sure your pit area is secure, and do seek shelter as we do have lightning, gusty winds, potentially nickel-size hail in the area. So please do not be in a scramble when the storm hits. Take advantage of this warning now. We are being warned of weather moving this way, severe weather, so please do secure your area. And please take these announcements serious. Well, unfortunately, that will be an end to the day. What optimism we had looking at the radar appears to be closing rapidly. So it looks like we are inevitably going to get hit by weather here sooner than later, and unfortunately, that will do us in here on this Friday evening. So thank you for coming to day one of the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. We had looked forward to racing long into the evening until about 9:30 p.m. tonight, but unfortunately, Mother Nature had other plans. But guess what? We'll do it all again tomorrow. Day 2 of Glory Days coming up on Saturday, August 20th. So make sure you get on the phone, call your friends, call your family, tell them Byron Dragway Glory Days will be the place to be Saturday and Sunday of this weekend. A reminder, there is a severe storm headed into this direction. It is producing significant lightning, nickel-size hail, and wind gusts reported in upwards of 40 miles per hour. So at this time, we will ask everyone to please do seek shelter. Make sure your pit area is secure. Make sure your tents are stowed away. And please do all that ahead of time. Please be proactive instead of reactive. When the storm gets here, we're trying to give everyone as much notice and as much warning as possible that there is severe weather headed this direction. And that will unfortunately suspend and cancel the remaining festivities here tonight. So that's a wrap for racing on Friday night. But we'll be back here again tomorrow. Racing scheduled to start on track at 11 a.m. The swap meet opening up as early as 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we'll hope you'll join us again tomorrow for Saturday edition of the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race, Car Show, and Swap Meet. Thank you for being here, and please be safe tonight as this storm does make its way to Byron Dragway. So please do seek shelter at this time.